तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Shema Israel, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad, Adonai Echad, Adonai Echad. Hashem Avahu Vahishtemasi, Ushtasti, Ushtahamai, Yatashai, Vahishtayase. Namo Tassa, Bhagavato, Arahato, Sama Sambuddhassa. Buddham Sharanam Gacchami, Dhammam Sharanam Gacchami, Sangham Sharanam Gacchami. Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. 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 La ilaha illallah, Allah, Allah. La ilaha illallah, Allah, Allah. La ilaha illallah, Allah, Allah.
pahi maam.
Jaya Lambodara pahi maam.
Jaya Lambodara pahi maam. Jagadamba Sutta Raksha
जय जय गुरुदेवा श्री साई महादेवा। ब्रह्मा विष्णु महेश्वरा साई महादेवा। ब्रह्मा विष्णु महेश्वरा साई महादेवा। ब्रह्मा विष्णु महेश्वरा साई महादेवा। माता पिता गुरुदेवा श्री साई महादेवा। माता पिता गुरुदेवा श्री साई महादेवा। जय जय 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 गुरुदेवा श्री साई महादेवा। ब्रह्मा विष्णु महेश्वरा साई महादेवा। ब्रह्मा विष्णु महेश्वरा साई महादेवा। माता पिता गुरुदेवा श्री साई महादेवा। माता पिता गुरुदेवा श्री साई महादेवा। जय जय गुरुदेवा श्री साई महादेवा।
ईश्वर भी तुम सोमवीर नानक राम। ईश्वर भी तुम महावीर नानक राम। अल्लाह हो तुम ईश्वर भी तुम महावीर नानक राम। ईश्वर भी तुम महावीर नानक राम। पलती हो तुम ईश्वर भी तुम महावीर नानक राम। ज़ोराष्ट्र यीशु बुद्ध तुम हो सबके सच्चिदानंद साई तेरा वृंदावन शुभ धाम।
सच्चिदानंद साई तेरा वृंदावन शुभ धाम।
ओ सच्चिदानंद साई तेरा वृंदावन शुभ धाम।
सच्चिदानंद साई तेरा वृंदावन शुभ धाम।
अल्लाह हो तुम ईश्वर भी तुम महावीर नानक राम।
ईश्वर भी तुम महावीर नानक राम।
परतीश साई शंकरा तुम ही हो मेरे प्राण।
परतीश साई शंकरा तुम ही हो मेरे
अल्लाह हो तुम ईश्वर भी तुम महावीर नानक राम। ज़ोराष्ट्र यीशु बुद्ध तुम हो सबके पालनहार।
यीशु बुद्ध तुम हो सबके पालनहार।
सच्चिदानंद साई तेरा वृंदावन शुभ धाम।
सच्चिदानंद साई तेरा वृंदावन शुभ धाम।
ओ सच्चिदानंद साई तेरा वृंदावन शुभ धाम। अल्लाह हो तुम ईश्वर भी तुम महावीर नानक राम।
राधे कृष्ण जय श्री कृष्ण राधे 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 कृष्ण राधे 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 कृष्ण राधे राधे जय श्री कृष्ण राधे राधे जय श्री कृष्ण राधे राधे शिरडी कृष्ण करके कृष्ण साई कृष्ण राधे राधे कृष्ण पति कृष्ण साई Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Jai Shri Krishna, Radhe Radhe.
Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Jai Shri Krishna, Radhe Radhe.
Radhe Krishna, Radhe Radhe.
Radhe Krishna, Radhe Radhe.
Jai Shri Krishna, Radhe Radhe.
Radhe Krishna, Radhe Radhe.
Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Jai Shri Krishna, Radhe Radhe. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Jai Shri Krishna, Radhe Radhe.
Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Jai Shri Krishna, Radhe Radhe.
Shirdi Krishna, Karti Krishna, Sai Krishna, Radhe Radhe. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Jai Shri Krishna, Radhe Radhe.
Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Jai Shri Krishna, Radhe Radhe.
Radhe Krishna, Radhe Radhe.
Krishna, Radhe Radhe.
Jai Shri Krishna, Radhe Radhe. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Radhe. Jai Shri Krishna, Radhe Radhe. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Radhe. Jai Shri Krishna, Radhe Radhe. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Jai Shri Krishna, Radhe Radhe.
साई स्मरण करो,
साई साई स्मरण करो,
साई साई स्मरण करो,
साई साई स्मरण करो,
गुरु चरण कमल ध्यान करो,
साई गोपाला, जगतपते हरि साई गोपाला, जगदोधारा साई नंदलाला, जगदोधारा साई नंदलाला, मथुराधिपते कृष्ण गोपाला, मथुराधिपते कृष्ण गोपाला, मधुर मधुर हे गान विलोला, मधुर मधुर हे गान विलोला, जगदोधारा साई नंदलाला, जगदोधारा साई नंदलाला, जगतपते हरि साई गोपाला, जगदोधारा साई नंदलाला, मथुराधिपते कृष्ण गोपाला, मधुर मधुर हे गान विलोला, जगदोधारा साई नंदलाला, जगदोधारा साई नंदलाला, साई नंदलाला जय जय गोपाला, 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 जगतपते हरि साई गोपाला.
Love is my song, truth is my breath, bliss is my Love is my song, truth is my breath, bliss is my My life is my message, expansion is my life. My life is my message. My life is my message, expansion is my life. My life is no reason for love, no reason for love, no birth, no death. No reason for love, no reason for love, no birth, no death. Love is my song, truth is my breath, bliss is my food.
Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
I offer my humble pranams at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Lord. Sairam, everyone. A very good morning to you. Welcome to day 2 of the 11th World Conference of the SSSIO International Organization. Before we get started on day 2, what an amazing day 1 we had. The flag ceremony, 113 countries coming together, inspiring inaugural address from Dr. Reddy, keynote from Mr. Leonardo Guter. We dove into the purity of the individual workshop, lots of interactions with individuals. We had a wonderful panel on how devotion can help with purity. It was really a deep discussion, wasn't it? Incredible panel. Of course, devotional music, and the chair yoga from Brother Sundar Iyer, and more importantly, the I don't know anything yoga from Brother Suresh Govind, and he made us feel comfortable because we're all in the same boat. And the fact that, once we empty ourselves, we can imbibe Swami's presence. And this really energetic ending with the game show from the young adults. So incredible day 1. This is a very special place. It is, as again Brother Sundaraya noted, it is an outpouring of prema, of unselfish love to Sai that made this Nilayam place happen, and so aptly called Sai Prema Nilayam. Swami's presence is so evident, so palpable. I hope all of you feel that. If you do, please do this. Swami's presence is so palpable here. And more importantly, all of you coming from all parts of the world, from all parts of the country, bringing your love and just pouring it out here, watching everyone come and take darshan and seeing the love just flowing from you, it makes it even more special. So grateful for all of you being here. Thank you so much. We will start off day 2 with a divine discourse from Bhagwan on the unity of faiths. Sairam.
కనుకనే సర్వ మతముల వారు కూడాను హృదయం అనేటువంటిది భగవంతుని యొక్క పీఠము అని నిర్ణయం చేసుకున్నారు.
People of all faiths have concluded that the heart is the altar of God.
హిందూ శాస్త్రము మానవుని యొక్క హృదయము భగవంతుని మందిరము అని నిర్ణయం చేశారు.
The Hindu scripture has declared that the human heart is the temple of God.
పవిత్రమైనటువంటి ఉపనిషత్తులు మానవుని యొక్క హృదయము ఒక గుహ అని చెప్పుతూ వచ్చాయి.
The sacred Upanishads describe the human heart as a cave.
ఎట్టి గుహ భగవంతుని నివాసమైనటువంటి గృహమును అని చెప్పాడు.
What kind of cave is the dwelling place of God?
బైబుల్ మానవుని యొక్క హృదయము పవిత్రముగా నుండినటువంటి వాడు దైవాన్ని చూడగలడు అని నిర్ణయం చేసింది.
The Bible has declared that the one whose heart is pure can see God.
మహమ్మదీయులు భగవంతుని 2 వ్రేళ్లకు మధ్య ఉండినటువంటి హృదయమే మానవుని యొక్క హృదయము అని నిర్ణయం చేసింది.
The followers of Islam have proclaimed that the human heart is the very heart that lies between the 2 fingers of God.
సిక్కుల గురువు అయినటువంటి గురు నానక్ పవిత్ర హృదయం కలిగినటువంటి వాడే హిందూ అని నిర్ణయం చేశాడు.
The Sikh Guru, Guru Nanak, professed that only a person with a pure heart is a true Sikh.
ఈ విధంగా ఆయా మతములు ఆయా యొక్క భావమును పురస్కరించుకొని హృదయము భగవంతుని యొక్క నివాసము అని నిర్ణయం చేశాయి.
In this way, various faiths, according to their philosophy and principles, concluded that the heart is the abode of God.
కానీ అట్టి హృదయాన్ని సాధువులు మరొక రీతిగా నిర్ణయం చేశారు.
But the saints have interpreted such a heart in a different way.
తత్వజ్ఞులు దీనిని ఇంకొక రీతిగా పోల్చి నిరూపించారు.
Philosophers have compared and proved it another way.
ఓంకారమని ఏటి ఒక తొట్లలోను తత్వమసి అని ఏటి పరుపుతా పరచి ఎరుకనే దేవుణ్ణి ఏమరక ఉనచి ఏడు జగముల వారు ఏకమై ఊచ జో జో. ఓంకారమునే ఒక తొట్లగా భావించి తత్వము అనేటువంటి యొక్క తత్వమసి అనేటువంటి మహావాక్యముని పరుపుగా వేసి చైతన్యము అనేటువంటి యొక్క దేవుణ్ణి అందులో ఉనచి ఉత్తమమైనటువంటి ఏడు లోకముల యొక్క మహనీయులంతా కూడాను జోలపాట పాడుతుంటారు. కనుక మానవుని హృదయము భగవంతుని ఉల్యాలా అని నిర్ణయం చేశారు.
Considering Om as the cradle, spreading the great saying Tattvamasi as the bed, and laying the deity called consciousness on it, the great ones of the seven worlds sing lullabies in unison. Thus, they concluded that the human heart is the cradle of God.
కనుక మానవుని యొక్క హృదయము దైవ మందిరము అనేటువంటి సత్యాన్ని సాధకులు గాఢంగా విశ్వసించాలి.
Therefore, spiritual aspirants must absolutely believe the truth that the human heart is the temple of God.
ఇంకా మహనీయులు ఈ యొక్క హృదయాన్ని ఒక కమలముగా విశ్వసిస్తూ వచ్చారు.
Also, great souls believed the heart to be a lotus.
బురదలో పుట్టి మాలిన్యపు నీళ్ళలో ఉండినప్పటికీ ఈ కమలము పరిశుద్ధముగా ఉంటుండాలి.
Though born in mud and dwelling in dirty waters, the lotus remains pure.
ఇది కేవలము ఊర్ధ్వ దశకు తన యొక్క ముఖమును వికసింపచేసుకొని, ఓ భగవంతుడా, నీవు నివసించుటకు నేను సిద్ధముగా ఉంటున్నాను, నా కమలంలో వచ్చి ప్రవేశించమని ప్రార్థించినట్టుగా ఆకాశాన్ని చూస్తుంటాది ఈ కమలం.
This lotus blooms, turning upward, gazing at the sky as if praying, "O Lord, I am ready for you to come and dwell in me."
బురదలో పుట్టినప్పటికీ బురదను ఏమాత్రము తాను చేర్చుకోదు.
Though born in mud, it does not allow mud in it.
మాలిన్యపు జలములో నిండినప్పటికీ ఈ జలమును కూడాను ఏమాత్రము తాను ప్రవేశింపచేసు.
Though it dwells in dirty waters, it does not let even a trace of that water enter into it.
ఈ కమలము మానవునకు బోధించేటువంటి యొక్క ప్రధానమైనటువంటి యొక్క బోధన ఇది.
This is the main teaching that the lotus imparts to humankind.
Always wonderful to start off with inspiring divine words from Bhagwan. Before we start the day, there's going to be a setup in the stage for the next session, the interfaith panel. And while that is happening, we will play a pearl, a story of transformation from a devotee from Ghana.
In a sort of love and affection that Swami showed me, there was no doubt that he has to be my future a master. And I said, this is the master that I have to follow. Well, you see, I read a lot about him. It took me about 10 years. That's 1983, up to 93. So you see that it's a period of 10 years. So I was reading about Swami until I became convinced in 93. So when we went finally to the Sai Baba temple, and I saw the sort of, the sort of light emanating from his picture, I saw that this should be my future master. In fact, the purpose was to not necessarily to see Swami, you see, but the idea was to further my education in Bangalore University, just to top up my engineering ideas. So 97, I went there, and the sort of love and affection that Swami showed me, there was no doubt that he has to be my future a master. When he said, "Where are you from?" I said, "Swami, I'm from you." Then he tapped my cheek. Oh. He tapped my cheek. "Oh, you lie." Then he laughed. Everybody was laughing. He called me, said, "I want to see you." He just pointed to me. "I want to see you in the interview room." And I told Swami, "Can I come with my friends?" Then he looked at me. He said, "How many?" And I told him that we are 11. He said, 11? He was about to go. Okay, all of you come. The interview room was so small. But at least we all had spaces to sit. I said, it's such a small room. We were he had also called some people from Venezuela, and they were about 7, and we were also 11. Small room. But later on, I saw the evidence. The room that I was saying that it was small was even much bigger, because there was a time students could line up 100, 200, but they can enter that room. Swami is marvelous. When I joined the Sai family in 1993, in fact, I was working with a construction company, and I wanted to change companies because our employer was not paying us. So I prayed to Swami for 3 days, Friday, Saturdays, and then Sunday. Sunday was the last day. And when I was walking towards the beach, my house was very close to the beach, about 2.5 kilometers or so. But I was penniless within those periods because my employer was not paying me. So on the last day, which was a Sunday, I was going towards the beach when I just spoke within my heart, "Oh, Swami, I'm now not working. I'm jobless. When I finish with this fasting, what am I going to eat in the evening?" And I saw that the thing actually pierced my own heart, the request that I made. So it went straight to Swami. It was a very keen request, some sort of silent and very piercing request, because actually I was not having anything to eat in the evening in Accra. So within 2-3 minutes, walking towards the beach, I saw a paper flowing towards me. It was a white paper, I have to be frank. And I was trying to dodge the paper to go to the left-hand side, but the paper rather, some wind blew the paper, and the paper came to me direct. The moment it got to me, it turned into a CD note. Our currency is CD, money, yeah. 20 CD note. And I can tell you that that's when 20 CDs note can be equated to $100 now. Those days. And 20 CDs could be equated to $100. So somebody who is penniless and has got $100. So you can see how happy I was, just thrilled. He has answered me immediately. I gave him the money. And the money, when I took the money was a brand new note. And I said, if I can get such a master, somebody who can respond to my request spontaneously, then I have to kill my heart, I have to kill my everything.
Sairam again. I just wanted to briefly say, my name is Harish Naidu. I am the National Council President for SSSIO USA. I'm serving in that role for now. And I'm again happy to see all of you here in the US, in sunny Southern California, hopefully for the rest of the days here. Today's theme is purity in the family. And Swami always says that family is really the test bed where we can be challenged and our practice of values can be fine-tuned so that when we do enter society, we can bring those values broadly into the global family. So today, we will be discussing purity in the family through workshops, panels, and hopefully interactions and dialogues amongst all of you. Before we start off on the interfaith panel session, I have a few housekeeping items that I need to remind all of you. So darshan is available at both the main altar and the Shirdi Sai Mandir during the scheduled open periods over dinner and lunch. So please follow volunteer guidance for cues and movement. After lunch, please kindly proceed to your allocated workshop room. Your room assignments is printed on your name badge. And we request all delegates remain in the assigned room for the full session for smooth facilitation. We will also have a parallel workshop for healthcare professionals in the smaller tent outside located behind the men's tent. So same time of the workshop, the healthcare professionals will go there. So if you're a healthcare professional, please join that workshop happening between 2 and 3:30 p.m. Please familiarize yourself with the emergency exits around the hall. Hopefully there is no emergency, but in case there is one, follow the instructions of the volunteers that are in the orange scarf. We also invite you to visit the digital exhibition located in the 2 rooms behind the main hall. And if you wish to write a letter, an offering of love to Swami for his birthday, please go to the bookstore located on the men's side of the corridor to get a little card and an envelope. I hope all of you are using the SSSIO events app. It's really great, isn't it? Awesome. So you get all of the information about the schedule for the day, the workshop details, the speaker bios, and you also get real-time updates. Please download it if you haven't already. And there's lots of other things you can do. You can provide feedback and comments on all the sessions. And if at any point during the conference you need assistance, information that you can't get from the app, our help desks are located in the main foyers on both sides, men's and ladies' side near the hall entrance, and any volunteer there will be happy to help guide you. So let us now move on to the next session, which will be the interfaith dialogue on purity and spiritual practices. It is my joy now to invite to the stage the moderator for this morning's interfaith dialogue, Swami Mahayogananda, who will lead this inspiring session alongside our distinguished interfaith leaders. Together they will reflect on how purity forms the heart of every spiritual practice across faith traditions. Swami has always said unity of faith is a fundamental plank of the Sri Sathya Sai organization. Swami Mahayogananda, a monk from the Ramakrishna order, has been serving at the Vedanta Society of Southern California, Hollywood, since 2013, and previously he was serving in India from 2002 through 2008. Since June 2021, he has also served as president of the Interreligious Council of Southern California, promoting interfaith dialogue and spiritual service. Dear brothers and sisters, please join me in welcoming Swami Mahayogananda to lead us through this morning session.
Namaste. It's a privilege and a joy for us to be here. I'm very excited to welcome our interfaith panel, and we have Swami Sarvadevananda ji speaking from the standpoint of Hinduism, And we have Venerable Hueza, a Buddhist monk who will be speaking from Buddhism. We have Father Alvaro Palacios, who is Catholic. We have Imam Mahmoud Harmush from Islam, of course. And we have Rabbi Gershon Kwasniewski, who is a rabbi here in Riverside. And so I'll invite all of our panelists to take a seat, and I am functioning as the moderator. So I hope that we can, rather than feel that all religions are the same, from our interfaith standpoint, we recognize the diversity. We recognize that religions are different. There are different paths to spiritual unfoldment. But we all have this in common. We are striving to unfold, to realize, to attain enlightenment, to attain the divine, to attain awakening. Whatever language we may use, we're all striving for that spiritual unfoldment. I hesitate even to use the term God, because some of our traditions don't have that conception of God as I may have. So I like to say spiritual unfoldment. So today our topic is purity, and I would like to open our discussion with a prayer, traditional Hindu prayer, and then we'll hear from our panelists. Each panelist will speak for 5 to 7 minutes, and then we'll have some time for dialogue. Sahana vavatu, sahanau bhunaktu, sahaviryam karavavahai, tejasvinavadhitam astu ma vidveshavahai. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om. May we be protected together. May we be nourished together. May we gain in strength together. May what we learn shine forth in our lives. May we not find fault with one another. Om, peace, peace, peace. Rabbi Gershon Kwasniewski hails from Argentina, and he is now the rabbi at Temple Bethel Riverside since 2024, and he is active in interfaith work here in Riverside. He worked in Brazil for 28 years and belonged to interfaith work there also. He studied in Argentina at the Marshall T. Meyer Latin American Rabbinical Seminary and at the Schechter Rabbinical Seminary in Israel. And he's a founding member of the World Union for Progressive Judaism, Latin America. He thinks that tolerance is not enough and rather believes in the value of respect among religions. And he is married and the father of 2 children and calls himself a dreamer and realizer. Rabbi.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the space that you open here for the interfaith panel. Congratulations from the 100 years birthday of your founder. It's really a pleasure to be here, and we are very connected. When a Jew say hello in every place that arrive, he says shalom, om. We discovered that we are very connected, more than you can imagine. When I was reading the different values that you have here, they are completely Jewish values. When we are talking about truth, right conduct, peace, love, non-violence, we are in the same page, my dear brothers and sisters. I discovered here Leonardo Guter, and in your name I embrace everybody who is here. I see also the Vice President of the Riverside Interfaith Council here, Gary. Thank you for being here. And thank you for the nice invitation that I received from you to be part of this panel. Okay, let's talk. Let's talk about purity. Let's talk about purity. And I would like to give my point of view. I would like to share with you what the Judaism is talking about purity. And let's take a deep breath and let's say together, Shalom. Shalom means peace. And of course that it's part of the purity to be in peace. The Hebrew word of pure is ta'or, ta'or. And in the Jewish sacred text, we can find many definitions of purity and impurity, as well as in the prayer books. In the morning prayer, the first reference to purity refers to the soul. Elohai neshama shenatatavi teorai. My God, the soul we have given me is pure. You created it, you shaped it into me, and you protect it within me. Then, the first reference is the soul. The soul is pure. Each one of us, this is a Jewish concept, each one of us have a pure soul. But it's not just the soul. If we continue in our prayer book, also in the main daily prayer that we call Amidah, we also ask God, V'taer liveinu leobdecha ve'emet, purify our hearts to serve you in truth. I said to you that we have common values. We are talking about soul, we are talking about hearts. When we speak of purity, Jewish sources, through their sacred books, lead us to various concepts. We find purity in a person. For example, in the book of Numbers, chapter 19, from verse 18 to verse 22. And we are talking about the purity. I would like to read from the Holy Bible, from the Torah. Another party who is pure shall take hyssop, deep in the water, and sprinkle on the tent and on all the vessels and people who were there, or on the one who touched the bones of a person who was killed or died naturally, or the grave. The pure person shall sprinkle it upon the impure person on the third day and on the seventh day, thus purifying that person by the seventh day. The one being purified shall then wash those clothes and bath in water, and nightfall shall be pure. I don't have a lot of time, then let me just try to share with you. A person can be pure or impure. A clothes can be pure or impure. If one person is impure and touch other person, the other person become impure. And we need to understand that purity also in Judaism is represented in colors. When we are talking about pure, we represent the pure with the color white. During the high holidays, that it's the most important period of the Jewish calendar, during Rosh Hashanah, the New Year, and during Yom Kippur, we dress white, because white is the color of the purity. It is a symbol, it's a symbolic color, because we understand that our hearts and our soul also must be white. Other way to understand purity also, when we are talking about animals, when we read the book of Genesis, when we read about the animals that God invite Noah to put in the ark, God is talking about the pure animals. Also, the animals can be pure. We can enter in the details, but we don't have enough time. Then we have also places that we can consider pure. We are here in an altar. We take off our shoes. When the holy priest enter to the Santo Sanctorum, also he take off his shoes, and it's considered, the place was considered pure. Nobody who was impure can enter to the holy temple of Jerusalem. And we need to wash our bodies to be pure. We need to wash our clothes to be pure. We need to be very careful with whom we are. If someone is impure, also we consider, and this is in the most strict lines of Judaism, when the woman is during the menstruation time, she's considered impure, then the man must be far for her wife. And also, we needed to understand that purity can be a thought. We can be thinking about something, and we can be pure or impure in our thoughts. If you are thinking bad, it's a sin. Then you must be also pure in the way that you think. There are many ways. Something that you can touch, but something that you can touch your soul, you can touch your thoughts, you can touch many things, but we also related these things with pure and impure. And our ancestors, when someone was sick, also was considered impure. And the tradition, recently we have COVID, and we listen about quarantine, but quarantine, it's a concept that it's coming from the Bible times. Quarantine, it's coming from 40 days that someone was mandatory be outside the camp because he was impure, and the holy priest decide if this person is healed and then can enter again to the camp. Pure and impure are two important concepts in Judaism that we share with other religions. We also keep our body and our mind and our way to be in this world pure when we keep commandments. The commandments are taking us to the way of pure. We can be pure when we embrace, but when we practice our tradition and our religion. Not just between Jews, between the entire humanity. Love your neighbor as yourself. This is a way that we understand. It's written of the book of Leviticus, chapter 19, verse 18. And through this practice, we can be pure. Thank you very much. Shalom.
Thank you so much, Rabbi, for sharing some essential ideas of purity from Judaism. And I think many of us will recognize parallels in our own traditions. So it's fascinating to hear about it and to think about all the different ways in which we can be pure. Before I introduce the next panelist, I do want to apologize. Our panel is skewed towards the masculine gender, and we did try hard to find some women panelists also, but unfortunately we failed. I do apologize for that, and I hope next time we'll succeed. That being said, all our panelists are very distinguished and committed to interfaith, so we're very glad that they are here with us today. So Imam Dr. Mahmoud Harmoush, he hails originally from Syria, but he has been in this country over 40 years. And he is the director of the Islamic Center of Riverside. He is married with 4 adult children. He earned a BA in economics from Cal Poly Pomona and a graduate degree in Islamic studies and leadership from the Claremont School of Theology. He has taught different subjects, including Arabic language, the world of Islam, and Middle East culture and art at Cal State San Bernardino. Imam Harmoush has helped establish and lead different community centers and mosques and different interfaith councils in Southern California. So he's currently the Imam and Religious Director at the Islamic Center of Riverside, and also the second-term commissioner at the City of Riverside Human Relations Committee. So welcome to Imam Mahmoud Harmoush.
Thank you very much, Sawami. And good morning, everybody. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. Peace be upon you. This is our salutation as well. The subject is very dear, but first let me thank all the participants and the volunteers and the organizers and the head of this wonderful place that I have visited during COVID to purchase. And I visited during, it's been under the LDS as well. So some of them, they were my friends and they still, but we didn't have a chance to take it over. So our friends, they enjoy it, and I congratulate you for that, and may God bless all and everyone here. Dear friends, the subject we are talking about is purity. And purity, if we'll translate it into the Arabic, it will become zakah. Zakah, or purity, and it comes to be the third pillar of the Islamic religion. We have the testimony that God is the one and only, and then the prayers, and then zakah, and then we have fasting, sawm, and then hajj, pilgrimage to Mecca. Those 5 pillars of the Islamic religion. So zakah, or purity, comes to be number 3 in the order, which is on the middle of the 5 pillars of Islamic religion. And purity in this case, or zakah, it really comes in terms of purifying your wealth and giving for the poor and the needy willingly, but it goes beyond, because we believe that when you purify your wealth, the gift from God of any kind of wealth that you may have, it's also purifying your soul and your inner self, saying that there is a share of my wealth to the poor and needy and the less fortunate, but also purifying your soul from the greeds, from the love of the worldly affair, from the stinginess that some people may have, and saying that, look, God bless me, and I have to recognize that in my heart in order to purify that heart from all this worldly affair I have to give. And when you do that, year after year after year, you become much closer in your heart to God who gave you. And the rest of the verses say that the more you give, the more you will get in return. That's one aspect of the purity in Islamic religion. The other one, that is, you are helping in purifying your wealth to level the layers of the society of those who have and have not, or have little. So everybody will have, especially like after fasting. The poor and the well-off have to give to purify their fasting. That whatever you have done in the fasting month, you have to give. And the poor, you say, why we have to give? Well, you have to give even from the gifts that you receive from others. So you can participate in the action of purification of the society, purification of the whole community. And in that, really, you are purifying yourself and purifying others from jealousy, from hatred, from why not me? How come I don't have? So that acts of purification to the wealth and to the heart will lead you into a process of self-purification, in fact, throughout the year, because different aspects of the worship of God, that's the prayers, which is our Rabbi here mentioned some of it, that you have to wash and you have to clean. We have to have a pollution before even we go to prayers and get ready, where you sense that I am not only pure physically, but also I am pure and conscious inside me, that what I am going to do now will prepare me to stand before God. That is the purpose of ablution. And then when you do that, you will get that feeling of self-connection with God, and you will be much better off standing before God as a pure person inside and outside. This is a lifetime course. It is not in an event or a certain situation or place. It's rather throughout your life, and almost in every place you have to do that. So God swear in the Holy Quran with this soul that Allah, we believe God Almighty created. And he said in Arabic, I will say it in English as well, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم ونفس وما سواها فألهمها فجورها وتقواها قد أفلح من زكاها وقد خاب من دساها. This very short verses saying, by the soul and its creator, who make it so beautiful and nice, and then guided into both ways, either to purify it or to dump it or leave it behind or let it be cluttered with all the worldly and unfair or unjust behavior. Then God show it both ways, to be really pure and clean and purposeful and so forth, or to be the other side, the criminal, the killers, the discriminators, the racists, the one who look at people down, and the one who do not give regard to human life, children, women, and indiscriminate killing and so on. And we have witnessed that. That did not come from any scriptures or any religious reference. It comes from hegemony, from the evil of power, from the evil of savagery and genocide mentality. This is not fair. And talking about purity, we cannot even claim any group or religion or leadership that higher ground of being pure. It's rather, as God said, is a continuous process, and you have to really achieve that goals as long as we are living. Dear brothers and sisters, I want to conclude to say that how we can achieve that adjustment or alliance with what God wants from us. And we believe that we have the book, the Holy Quran. We have the teacher, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, whom was sent to recite the word of God and show the people the implementation of it throughout his life, and then to teach the people the true knowledge with wisdom and full compassion. This type of life has been demonstrated again and again for the last 15 years in the terms of what great many, millions, rather billions of people practice and do in a daily basis. Dear friends, purity is still objective and goal, and our life is a process moving forward, hopefully to purify ourselves, our families, our communities, our society, and we spread it throughout the world. May God bless you all, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Imam Mahmoud. And for me, that's a new understanding of charity as actually as something that purifies us. To give is purifying. Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing this. And I didn't know this zakat. I always knew that meant you have to give. I didn't know it also means purity. That's a wonderful lesson. Thank you for sharing that. Our next panelist is Father Alvaro Palacios. He hails from Spain. He is now the pastor at St. Francis de Sales Catholic Church here in Riverside. He studied in Madrid and Rome and was ordained as a priest in 1977. Then in 1979, he was sent to Ethiopia, where he served until 2022, 41 and a half years in Ethiopia. Then he returned to Spain, but he felt that he wasn't ready to retire yet. He could still serve. So it turned out that there was a church in Riverside, California that needed a pastor. So he signed up. And so we're fortunate to have him with us here in Riverside. He came here in 2023. Father?
I am going to put the chair properly because I am short and my feet doesn't touch the floor. So let me start. Namaste. It has been a rich experience for me to be with you, with all people that look for the good of humankind. And then it's a pleasure, really. Unfortunately, my English perhaps is not enough. Be attentive, listen properly. There will not be perhaps novelties. When I look at, as the Rabbi said, when I look at the values that you have there, I say, oh, thank you very much. Now I am a different person. Anyway, when I look at the values reflected there, and I said, this is Catholic. So, yes, we are in the same page. The will and the wish of changing the lives of people, directing them towards God, to be better persons. So let me now talk a little bit, only, about purity. For Catholics, purity has to see with love. First of all, love of God for us. And then that has to be reflected. My relationship with God has to be reflected in my life, in relationships, in everything that touches life has to be pure. For us, and we have repeated many times, is blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. The Catholic tradition is, in this sense, speaks one of the apostles, Paul. He said, nothing that enters the body, that is indifferent, enters and goes away. But the impure things, what makes a man, a woman, impure is what it comes out from our hearts. And there it quotes envy, lust, avaricia, whatever. And then this is the more or less the tradition, to keep properly our desire to be united and to see the light and the face of God. Then for us it's a virtue. A virtue means the strength. It's a strength. It's something positive. It's not a negative prohibition, this or that. No, it's positive. And it's not of a moment. It's not, I am pure. No, we are mistaken. It's all life until we die. It is a path that is difficult, that has plenty of obstacles, that you have to fight to obtain. Fight, don't worry, I mean spiritually. You have to fight and to put goals to your life if you want, be positive for other people and live what we say, peace, love of others. Then purity for us is to see the others with respect, not as objects, not as something that can be. And because of that, we see that because of we consider that the body, the dignity of our own body. We come from our Creator, and we think that we have a dignity. And as I have my dignity, I have to see that the others have their own dignity. And so it puts me in a dialogue with other people. Purity is not only something that closes the mind or the affections or the relationship. No. And don't worry, I have only 45 pages, but I will, I will stick that. So the concept of the dignity of the body in man, this has to see with purity. And we say, there is as well in our scriptures, do you not know that your body is a temple of the Holy Spirit? Do you not know that? So, because of the relationship we want to have with the Holy Spirit, we have to remember this. Then, purity is not the same for everyone, at least in our tradition. For married persons, it has to see with, for married persons, it has to see manifest itself in fidelity, openness, treating one's spouse with reverence, and the opposite. Purity for married couples strengthens them. This is a concept. For single persons, purity means living chastity while preparing for the vocation that the Spirit will reveal him. Someone will go for marriage, prepare properly, in purity, with purity. If you are going to be a religious person, the same applies for you. Consecrated priests, religious people, they have to live purity to prepare themselves. Unfortunately, and you will, I think, you will recognize, acknowledge it, this society is plenty of obstacles to free our mind and our hearts from dangers that they are for everyone, not only for us. But you know, there is a market, they market the body of persons. They confuse, or they want us to confuse love with other things. And they are different. I mean, we have to have clear ideas. And then the society that promotes pornography, hookup is called, I think, culture. This is an obstacle for many people, and it's destroying all these obstacles, many families. We have to react, all the people of faith. We have to fight against, in the sense, prayers, active talks, whatever, and promote this. And a society that normalizes infidelity. It is now, you change when you like. There is no the tendency to go back to our Creator and to an end correct. It's possible purity, because on one day ask, Father, is it possible? The will of man is weak, but we have our strength in this, in faith, in prayer, in practicing, in trying to put ourselves goals. In the Catholic Church, you know, there is the confession, because if you do something against purity, it's considered what is called sin. Now, in the Catholic Church, you know, there is the confession of sins, in which you go to the priest, confess the sins, and receive what we call absolution. Then there is the Eucharist in our faith, the presence of our Lord, and then the daily prayer, the devotion, the scripture meditation is fundamental, and a daily exam that we call a conscience exam. How has been my day? What did I do? How I look other persons? How were my relationship? This is practices for advancing in this path that we have said. And the formation of the virtue, self-discipline, modesty, healthy friendships, and service to other people. So if you are pure in your heart, you will get freedom, clarity, and joy. Thank you very much. I wish you well.
Thank you, Father Alvaro, for a beautiful discussion of purity from the Catholic standpoint, the purity of heart, the struggle that it takes, the obstacles that are in our way, and that we have to fight, and that society also is facing these obstacles we have to fight, and the fruits, that joy, that's wonderful. Freedom and joy. Thank you. Next we'll hear from Venerable Huiza. He is a Buddhist monk from the Shilai Temple in Hacienda Heights. He was ordained as a Buddhist monk in 2011 in Pho Guang Shan Monastery and has served in its headquarters in Taiwan as well as Tai Hua Temple in Bangkok, Thailand. And he is, which year did you come to America?
2019, so
2019.
right before COVID.
Right before COVID, in 2019, Venerable came to America and has been serving at the Shilai Temple, and he is currently in charge of interfaith and outreach programs at the temple. Following in the footsteps of its founder, Venerable Master Xing Yun, the Shilai Temple aims to propagate humanistic Buddhism through interfaith dialogues, promoting tolerance and understanding among different faiths. The Venerable Master teaches, quote, "Find common ground in differences and not necessarily seek uniformity, but celebrate each other's uniqueness." Venerable?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Venerable Huiza from Shilai Temple. I need to apologize first because Swami, in his introduction, had said that there's supposed to be some female panelists over here, and I'm guilty of that we do have more nuns versus monks in our temple. We have 30 monks and nuns living in our monastery, and we only have 4 monks. So we actually have more female than male over at our temple. But unfortunately, tomorrow there's going to be a precept retreat, the 8 precept retreat, which in Buddhism we see it as a way to pursue purity, to pursue purification. Through this 8 precept retreat, what the participants are asked to do is to be a monk or a nun for a day and a night. So what that program is about is to seek purity through precepts. And I would like to also echo what had been said in the sharing just now about purity, about dignity. I also like to bring in the concept of equality, because in Buddhism, how we see the source of this purity is our Buddha nature. So in the Buddha's own word, when he was enlightened under the Bodhi tree, he realized he made a statement that marvelous, marvelous, all sentient beings have the wisdom and virtue of the Tathagata, which is the Buddha. And why did we fail to be able to realize it is because of our delusion and because of our attachment, that we sort of turn ourselves away from this source of purity to be able to realize towards the highest truth. And in our temple, we do many kinds of programs that will try to facilitate this path towards purity. And one of it is called the 3 acts of goodness, which is basically do good deeds, speak good words, and think good thoughts. So if you really go through it, it's basically purity in body, speech, and mind. That we pursue purity in the simplest language possible. And we start this program at a very young age. We start from the school kids. In fact, we have a Sunday program, a Sunday school that is called Tag School. Why Tag School? TAG, 3 acts of goodness. So we didn't tell them about Buddhism, about the Dharma, but basically we would tell them that these are the 3 things that you need to do in life. You need to do good deeds, speak good words, and think good thoughts. These are simple messages that school kids will they're able to understand. And from what I hear from all the sharing that has been said, purity needs to be sought through dignity. And dignity is to be able to acknowledge that we have this source that is equal to that of the holy. And why we think that the holy is like a God that is up there and we are down here is because we fail to see that connection that links us to the source of holiness, to the source of purity. And in Buddhist perspective, that is exactly what the Buddha had told us. We all have the Buddha nature, the potential to become an enlightened one, the potential to become a Buddha. And through our own practice, through the purity of our body, speech, and mind, that is a possible goal that we can all achieve towards in the Buddhist perspective. And for Buddhists, we do this through 3 means: through the precepts, through morality, through mindfulness, through the practice of meditative concentration, and through wisdom as well. So we start our path by being able to observe these rules and regulations that's been laid out. Basically, the basic precepts, we call them the 5 precepts, is no killing, no stealing, no sexual misconduct, no lying, no taking of intoxicants. So for a Buddhist, when you first become a disciple of the Buddha, that we take refuge under the Triple Gem, these are the 5 precepts that we will take. And this serves as a foundation for us to live a wholesome life, to live a right livelihood, a good life. And that serves as a foundation for us to be able to train our mindfulness towards meditative concentration. That because we conduct ourselves in a pure way, that we have less of a sense, there's not much guilt because our conducts are pure. That because there's no guilt within our mind when we meditate, it is easier for us to go into the jhanas or the dhyanas as in the Hindu tradition. And that the right mindfulness and these concentration, it serves as a basis for us to look into ourselves, to look directly at our own thoughts. We talk about the purity in body, speech, and mind. The purity of body and speech, it stems from the mind. If the mind is not true, the mind is not pure, then the body and our speech will be affected in the process as well. You may be doing good and charitable things in the process, but if you don't have a pure mind, you have a mind that is selfish. I want to do all of this because I want to look good in front of other people. I want to be famous. I want fame. That all of these selfish thoughts, it will sully all the pure conducts that might seem pure, that you're giving to charity, that you're doing all these good deeds, you're saying good words, beautiful words, but you don't have a pure thought. Your thought might have some selfish ends, and that will affect our whole conduct. And therefore, it is important that besides just being able to follow the precepts on the physical and verbal sense, that we are able to come back to our own thoughts. Just looking at our own thoughts and meditation and train our mindfulness so that we could even finally purify all of our thoughts so that all the body, speech, and mind can be fully and completely pure. And when the body, speech, and mind is completely pure, that is when the Buddha said, you are equal with me. That you are equal in your actions, in your speech, and even in thought. That you are equal to all of my conduct. So that is when that we say the completing, by being able to complete the practice or conduct of a person, a human being, that when the practice of the conduct of a human being is perfected, that is when you also become a perfected enlightened being, a perfected Buddha. So this is what our founder, coincidentally, like Sai Baba, that we are also celebrating his 100th birthday next year. Of course, thank you. And of course, next year, if we have the opportunity, I would like to extend an invitation to our celebration over at Hacienda Heights as well. And our founder, throughout his life, he had always promoted Buddhism, a humanistic Buddhism, as in he is telling us that by being a human being, you are actually in a path that is able to achieve towards Buddhahood. And it's not just meditating in the temple, but also in our families, that these values can be practiced in the family. I mean, that's what we teach our school kids, to do good deeds, speak good words, and think good thoughts. When they go back home, they'll be also asking the same from their parents. When their parents are, quarreling between each other, they'll just say, hey, mom and dad, like the venerables in the temple, they teach us to do good deeds, speak good words, and think good thoughts. Are you speaking good words right now? So when these values are being planted, these seeds are being planted at a very young age in the minds of these young kids, they're actually become the source of purity in your family, that they'll start to remind your parents about the need to be able to conduct themselves in a pure manner. So in today's sharing, of course, next year, I would like to extend an invitation to be able to come to our temple in Hacienda Heights, but it's also a great honor to be here today. Coming in from downtown LA, it's all raining, but when we come into Jurupa Valley, it's all clear. Like you can see you can experience the sunny California when you're here. So thank you very much for today, and hopefully I'll be able to come back for more events over here. Thank you.
Thank you, Venerable Huiza, for sharing the central part that purity plays in your practice and in Buddhist practice, and how important it is to transmit that value, that ideal to the youth, to the children, and how that they reflect that ideal back to us and show us where we fall short. That is beautiful. Thank you. Our last speaker is Swami Sarvadevananda. He is a very senior monk of the Ramakrishna order, based at Belur Mutt outside Calcutta, and he had close association with many of the very senior saints of our order from the year 1960. And he joined our order in 1965 and received his ordination as a Swami, as his final vows, in 1975. He served for many years at one of our main educational institutions called the Sarada Pita, and in various capacities, including supervising students and maintenance, all kinds of different departments. And then in 1988, he was asked to take charge of one of our pilgrimage places, which is the birthplace of Swami Brahmananda, one of our founding monks. And he was there until 1993. There he instituted a number of programs for the poor, educational programs and upliftment of the poor people there. In 1993, he was asked, to our great good fortune, to come to Los Angeles. And since then, he has been serving at the Vedanta Society of Southern California. And in 2012, he assumed the leadership of the Vedanta Society. And all along, he has been committed to interfaith work and has served for a long time on the interfaith councils and of course, he speaks regularly all over the country. And he guides numerous Vedanta centers all over America. Maharaj?
I'm happy to be a part of this wonderful 100th year celebration of our most dear and respected Baba, the Baba all. Thank you for coming from different countries. Purity means purity of the heart. The Swami, this Mantaji has already finished my talk. Because all the common principles are same. And all the leaders here wonderfully spoke about the foundation of all religion is purity. Purity is our divine nature. We are all pure. According to Hindu scriptures and Vedantic texts, we are all divine. Men, women, this country, Islam, Hindu, is no difference there. Each soul is potentially divine. And Baba preached that principle of unity, that divinity. Because of that divinity, do serve. Who you are serving? You are not doing any charity. You are not doing any grace to anyone. But you are improving your own character. And just now we heard the impurity in our heart. We cannot change the world. We cannot change the home. We cannot do anything. Talking big things will not do anything unless we change ourselves. The purity is here within us. We have to correct ourselves in our own heart. And that purity is the fundamental thing of our whole spiritual journey. All the spiritual goals are fixed into one, purity of the heart. Because when we are pure, pure is what? Free from alloy, that is called pure. What is the alloy? Alloy is our lust, greed, ego, pride, haughtiness, superiority, grabbing up strength and destroying the peace of others. Those are the impurities. We need to correct that, and Hindu scripture is replete with that. We are, by our nature, divine. Whether we know it or not, we are divine. We are impure. Why? We are sinners. No sinners. In Vedanta, there is no sin. Impurity. That is what is the impurity. Impurity of thought, as just now we heard. In the thought, body, mind, and thought, this impurity is dragging us down into the selfishness and our own ego-centric life. So spirituality is standing. Swami Vivekananda says, purity, patience, and perseverance. These are the three things which can bring all success. And purity is the key point of spiritual growth and development. And how to know that we are pure? because you know how I am growing towards that. My character is changing every day. I was like an animal life, eating, sleeping, killing, grabbing and protecting myself. That was the animalistic life. We have raised to the human life where we think that no, to love others, to give others, to share with others. Why to share with others? Because you and me are not separate. In you is the same Lord, in me is the same divinity. So that is the preaching. That's why the Sai Foundation, the Babaji told us, told all the teaching, primary teaching, serve God. Serve God in human being. Ramakrishna brought this message to the world. Shiva Jnana Jiva Shiva. It is Shiva is there in every heart. And you look at him, he is a human being, man, woman. It's your ignorance. It is the Lord sitting in the heart of everyone, in the cave of heart. We heard that about the word cave and other. So that cave is dark. And now dark, there should be illumination. How? By unselfishness. So we have to be purified by driving away our own impurities. Impurities of ignorance, impurities of ego, pride, and purity. Purity means such a purity in Indian spiritual tradition, all spiritual tradition. There is 4 stages of life. We call brahmacharya, brahmachari, student life. Absolutely celibate. That should be the condition of Indian spiritual tradition. You get into married life. That's also celibacy. Why? Celibate means one-pointed love for your wife and look upon everyone as your daughter, as your mother, sister. So that's the greatest philosophy of life, to be imbibed into life. And then when you retired life, both of them are thinking of God, and God become separate, even out of the attachment of the household life. And monastic life, absolute celibacy. Celibacy, 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 celibacy. Because why? Celibacy is a control. Celibacy is a power. Celibacy gives the energy which is drained out, it gives the upward churn. And revelation of truth comes up and up as the mind becomes purified, and the divine vision opens up, and ultimately one becomes tuned to that consciousness when he is pure. So, in Indian spiritual tradition, you will never find without pure, no one. And purity has 2 aspects. One is the physical purity, another is the internal purity. Physical impurity is to be removed. As just now we heard that God, it is the temple of God. God resides here. Dead body does not talk. Here I am talking because there is something in me I do not know. That is God. His presence goes, it's a dust, it goes to the cremation ground. It has no value. It is like a pound of ashes only. But what is within? Therefore it is God is here. Don't abuse the body. That's why Patanjali says, Shaucha, Shantosha, Tapa, Shadhayo. What a categorical specific idea. Shaucha, keep the body pure. Don't abuse it. Give it good food, good sleep, good nice thing, exercise. And because it is a temple, it will give you back the capacity to think about God, to merge in God, to be pure, and radiate that purity in the society everywhere. So that is the fundamental point, that you should be internally shuchi, pure, santosh, povitra. There's a beautiful language in Sanskrit, povitra. And then say, look at these saintly people, look at their picture, look at Christ, look at Buddha, how peaceful, how joyful, how full of illumination. And that gives the peace surrounding them, they radiate that peace. So this study of the internal purification will come later on. First, physical purification. That's why Shaucha. And then now, when it's done outside purity, but it's cluttering of the mind. Mind is thinking of all unfair thoughts and ideas, animosity, anger, killing, frustration. That is destroying the whole civilization. Swami Vivekananda said, religion has given so much solace and joy to the people. And religion itself has created so much bloodshed, which never even can be compared with anything. Because it is an internal purification. This purification of my mind, as just now we heard. Mind should be purified. Then mind will guide my action. Action will be purified. And body, mind, soul, and soul will be purified. That is the very fundamental point. The total transformation will lead us to impurity to purity. And what is impure? Thinking of selfishness, thinking of me and mine is impurity. Thinking of you and yours and all the other people, that is called purity. And Swami Vivekananda says, selfishness is God, unselfishness is God, and selfishness is death. We cling on to the selfishness, impurity. And cling on to God means, how are you transforming? Going to temple and church, all are good. But Vivekananda says these are secondary details. We get ourselves engrossed into the secondary details. Only the external rules and regulation and bylaws and this and that. But its internal regulation is the control of the mind, perfection of the mind, self-mastery over it, and how I feel for the suffering of others. Can you feel, Swami Vivekananda said, can you feel that millions and millions of descendants of God are in front of you and asking for help and kindness, and you are turning your mind into your own selfish mood? So this is the idea of purity, and it is our responsibility to build a new world, build a new house. Every house should be spiritually elevated if we become unselfish. Forget about higher talks, big talks. Be unselfish to your wife. Be unselfish to your son, to your husband, to your... Everyone should have this understanding why the foundation of unselfishness is the one consciousness everywhere, and that we call God everywhere, and to feel the presence of God and to respect with dignity, just as you have heard, with dignity, with love, with reverence, with all our great surrender and service to others. That is the ideal before us, to be pure. So purity is the foundation of all religion and Indian spirituality from Vedic time onwards, talking about that purity. As I said, from childhood till you go to the cremation ground, it is all purity. And purity is unselfishness. Purity is changing your mind. Purity is coming out of the brutality in the name of religion. So, transformation, love, kindness. Humanity is one. Who has made this difference between us? I am a Hindu, you are a Muslim, you are a Christian. We are all human beings first. We have the same emotions, same suffering, same pain, same agonies, and same pure joy. So we can turn ourselves into the humanity. Fundamental thoughts of humanity, that is the purity. Purity will give us all one, and we are really all one in our own consciousness. I give you one simple example. When you sleep, Hindu, Muslim, Christian, Buddhist, all these, let us have a big hall, and 1,000 people are sleeping. When you are deep sleep, who is Hindu, who is Muslim, who is Christian? We all feel joy. It's a happy joy because our ego is gone there, our mind is not functioning there, all cluttering is in our body, in our mind, our emotion, our ego, all this level, they all deep cloud, level of thick cloud is hanging on. And there we differ. But otherwise, when I go to hospital and they do the surgery, I feel the same pain, you will feel the same pain. When no one is around, I'm deep in sleep. We are all sleeping the same, finding the same joy, going near to God, but only not knowing. That's a Vedanta philosophy, I'm not bringing it now. But point is that we are one at the same time. Yes, thank you.
Thank you to Swami Sarvadevanandaji. And we had planned that we would have some time for dialogue. However, our speakers got so inspired that they couldn't limit their remarks to a short time. I personally feel deeply humbled to hear from all of you. And I'm reminded of Swami Vivekananda, who said, when we meet together like this, we realize that no one religion has an exclusive claim on holiness. Actually, all religions are holy. And in our tradition, we emphasize the importance of holy company, of keeping company with other holy people. I feel very much that this time sitting together with all of you has been a time of real holy company. All of you have shared the holiness of your own tradition and have demonstrated that you are also holy people on the path of holiness, on the path to that spiritual unfoldment. So I thank you very much for participating and coming and sharing so honestly.
Just one short thought, okay? We are here sitting and we are representing here millions of citizens around the world. My reflection is very simple. We are in the same page. We have the same values. Why everything is so wrong? Where is the purity of the humanity if all the religions are thinking in the same way? And I just have something to ask. Let's spread the message. We need to spread this message. If all the religions are thinking the same, we need to create a wave of purity for this humanity. Thank you.
Sairam, thank you for this wonderful session. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Would you like to say something?
We've been given an opportunity to have 2 minutes to share our concluding thoughts. Rabbi has given his beautiful call to action. Imam?
Well, thank you so much. May God bless you all. And if we have, message in life, and our life, as you know, limited and will expire, sooner or later we are departing. Are we departing with all the attachment that clutters in our life, or with purity of the heart and the mind and the body? In fact, in the Islamic religion, when the person died, not only we will wash him 3 times minimum with perfume and everything else, but we wrap him with a white cloth. At least 2 pieces or 3 pieces, even sometimes 5. And we hope that he will be pure inside as he is pure outside. To make sure of that, let's have that purity thoughts started from now. So when we meet God, we'll be pure as well. Thank you.
I am lost now. I have no the papers. So it has been enriching for me. I take a lot. I have learned a lot. And I have remembered many things that perhaps I could have said. I am as well with the Rabbi we have to pass to action, to proclaim what we believe is good, every one of us. Why should be silenced by the forces of impurity? We have to react. Thanks, peace be with you all.
Okay, so 3 things. Let's spread purity by doing good deeds, speaking good words, and thinking good thoughts. Thank you.
I think we should focus only what this Sai Center is doing, serving people. We have to expand our heart wherever we are. Think of others, think of others, think of others. That is the way to reach purity. All these external things will pale into nothing unless we become unselfish. Don't think of I. Vedanta says not me, but thou. So to serve others in the spirit of loving and dedication to God and God only can help us to purify. Every house, if everyone in the home feels that way, I am for you to serve, I am for you to serve. And why are you serving? Because in you is the divine which is in me. That will make the family grow healthy, smiling, cheerful, joyful, and that will spread into the society, and that will be the vaster society, will be the whole world. And as here we are all the representatives of all the world religions, but we are talking the same tune, and let this message be promoted to the society. And we should more so, who we are here today, let us implement in our lives. More important. Thank you.
I would ask us all to join together in a prayer for peace by simply chanting the word peace in 4 sacred languages: the Arabic, the Hebrew, the Sanskrit, and English. Let's chant together. Salam, Shalom, Shanti, peace. Salam, Shalom, Shanti, peace. Salam, Shalom, Shanti, peace. May we find peace, that peace within our hearts, and spread it to every heart.
If I may ask the panelists to stay on stage, I'd like to invite Dr. Narendra Reddy, the chair of Sri Sathya International Organization, Mr. Leonardo Guter, chair of the Sri Sathya Sai World Foundation, and Mr. Robert Baskin. We'll be offering a humble token of our appreciation for the panels. Sai Ram, what an amazing panel. We have to, the similarity, the unity, all these faiths is so striking, so remarkable, and we have the opportunity to spread the message to the whole world. Sai Ram. So while we are cleaning up the stage here, we will play another pearl, transformational story from a devotee from Costa Rica, Rafael Rodriguez.
Queda ese crecimiento espiritual a través del ser. En actividades de servicio, ahí vemos la manifestación de Sai Baba. Uno toma la decisión de tomar un tiempo de la semana en forma organizada, unas cuantas horas, y uno medita o reflexiona en que voy a ir a hacer servicio desinteresado. Voy a ir a estar en contacto con seres humanos a los cuales yo les puedo colaborar de alguna forma. Y desde que uno sale de la casa con esa actitud, con ese deseo de devolverle un poquito a Dios de lo que Dios nos da, empiezan a ocurrir esas pequeñas manifestaciones. Todo se ve muy bonito mientras uno va hacia el lugar donde va a hacer el servicio. Uno siente ese estado especial de un evento espiritual, aunque es un servicio, llámese visita a enfermos, llámese visita a hogar de ancianos, llámese entrega de víveres a personas sin hogar, llámese siembra de árboles, cuidado de la naturaleza, recoger basura en un parque, cuidar mascotas, llevarle alimento a mascotas. Ahí experimenta uno esa presencia de Dios, esa presencia de Sai Baba, y el tiempo pasa, como decimos, volando, ¿verdad? En esos eventos, y queda esa sensación, queda ese gozo, queda ese crecimiento, ese montón de experiencias en donde Sai Baba demuestra la unidad de todo ser humano. Eso me costó un poquito más, y cuando he tenido esos atisbos de lograrlo, pues siento esa...
Saram, I hope all of your Spanish was good. Apologize for that snafu. That brings an end to this session, and we are going to skip the chair yoga. We're out of time for that. But we will now move on to a video called His Legacy, and it'll be an overview of the Sri Sathya International Organization. And following that video, my colleague Seema Miller will take over as the MC for the rest of the morning. Sairam.
The Sri Sathya Sai International Organization, or SSSIO, is involved in numerous humanitarian service activities in over 110 countries around the world. Here are some of the highlights of these various activities conducted in the fields of education, healthcare, community engagement, environmental sustainability initiatives, and disaster relief, among others. Consistent with Sathya Sai Baba's axiom that education is for life and not merely for making a living, the SSSIO propagates educare, or education that brings forth that which is already within us. There are 39 schools and 28 institutes of Sathya Sai education around the world, providing values-based education to thousands of students at all levels, professionals, and to the community at large. Many of these programs have received accolades from national education authorities and communities. The Sathya Sai School of Canada was recognized by the Fraser Institute as the #1 school out of over 3,000 schools for many consecutive years. The Institute of Sathya Sai Education in Thailand has trained over 10,000 teachers, 100,000 educators, and community service professionals that have received human values awareness education by facilitators from the Institute. In 2019, the Sathya Sai School in Argentina was recognized by the Ministry of Education for achieving the highest test performance in its jurisdiction. In 2022, the Federal Senate of Brazil honored the contribution of the Institute of Sathya Sai Education of Brazil for its tireless work in developing values-based education in Brazil since 1993, with special emphasis on supporting underprivileged families. The SSSIO hosts medical camps and clinics where healthcare is provided free of charge with love and compassion to people in need. Services include preventative screenings and even cataract surgeries, such as this ongoing project in Sri Lanka and Paraguay. And in Fiji, medical services are brought to thousands of patients every single year. In 2024 alone, the SSSIO conducted medical camps across Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, where more than 5,500 patients were seen over a span of 10 days. Whenever natural disasters occur, such as earthquakes, hurricanes, or floods, the volunteers of the SSSIO immediately spring into action in many countries like Haiti, the Philippines, the US, Ecuador, Nepal, and India to provide relief such as food, water, shelter, medical, and educational services to the affected communities. Currently, thousands of initiatives related to food distribution, care for the elderly, and support for various underserved communities are taking place in almost every SSSIO Sai center around the world. Recently in Africa, nearly 240 tons of food were distributed to communities left in extreme need as a result of the COVID pandemic. In the US, SSSIO members partner in the Tiny Homes Project with the goal to end homelessness in the Seattle area by 2025 by housing the homeless population in transitional villages made up of 100 square foot homes. In Sri Lanka, various village adoption programs have brought clean water, electricity, and sanitary facilities, in addition to nearly over 1,000 houses to several underprivileged communities. And in Europe, SSSIO volunteers join hands in the distribution of food, essential supplies, and medications to refugees and those displaced by war, with special care for orphanages. In addition, hundreds of communities around the world have been adopted by the SSSIO for ongoing service to those in need. The SSSIO has also launched numerous green initiatives worldwide. Projects include alternative and renewable energy such as solar and wind, gardening to distribute food across communities, numerous cleaning up projects for areas such as beaches, rivers, and parks, reforestation efforts via tree plantings on a massive scale, with the goal of planting 1 million trees by the end of 2025. Indeed, the profound impact of the mission and legacy established by Sri Sathya Sai Baba and continued by the SSSIO is reaching and transforming millions of lives every day worldwide. The Sri Sathya Sai International Organization is grateful to him for his inspiration, example, and the opportunities to practice his teachings of selfless love and service to all.
my humble pranams at the lotus feet of our dear beloved Bhagwan Baba. Sai Ram, dear brothers and sisters. It is my absolute pleasure to take over from Brother Harish. I get the joy of serving as the Vice President of Region 8, and we are so happy to host all of you. And I hope you'll come back really soon because it's going to feel terribly empty when you leave. So you saw one of these segments yesterday. It was a TED Talk by Sister Madhuri. And we're going to now listen to another TED Talk by a young adult. For all of you who have seen TED Talks before, TED Talks are founded on the principle that ideas are powerful enough to change the world. But Sai TED Talks are founded on the belief that Swami's teachings are powerful enough to change ourselves. So with that, please join me in welcoming Brother Miguel Montes. Miguel has been involved in the SSSIO International Organization in Mexico since the age of 7, beginning his service as the youth coordinator at the Monterrey Center at 16. He has served as the National Young Adults Coordinator, the President of the Northeast Zone, and currently serves as Mexico's National Young Adults Coordinator. He has participated in several international conferences and contributed to many global programs. And professionally, he holds a bachelor's in international business and works in UPS in supply chain management. So it is our absolute joy to have Miguel. Thank you so much.
Om Sri Sai Ram. May these words inspire hearts, not from me, but through me. My name is Miguel. I'm a husband, father, and someone who once thought that success means always being busy. But life had other plans. Almost 5 years ago, I came face to face with death when the doctors told me that they will need to intubate me so my body could continue receiving the necessary oxygen, and that the only thing we could do is wait to see if I will wake up. It felt devastating. I didn't know if I would ever open my eyes again. My family surrounded me. My wife, my parents, my sister and her husband. I was able to say goodbye. COVID struck me hard, and I spent 22 days in an induced coma. After those days, I opened my eyes, but without knowing exactly what had happened. Everything around me, my new marriage, my daughter on the way, it felt like a dream that I had forgotten. I was alive, but I didn't know why. Next, please. Before that experience, I thought I was living a good life. I was working hard, achieving my goals, buying things that made me feel successful. but I was chasing the world, not my soul. For example, I will make time to drive my new car and earn some extra money, but not to have dinner with my daughter. Inside, I was disconnected from my family, from God. Next. When I woke up from coma, I realized that I could have easily died. Everyone around me called me a miracle. But I kept asking to myself, why I'm still here? What am I supposed to do? During those days, my wife showed me a letter she had written while I was unconscious. It was full of pain and also hope. She wrote that even though she wanted me to wake up, she wasn't sure I had been honest with our relationship, that something between us wasn't right. Something was broken. And she was right. Reading those words hit me deeply. It was as if Swami himself was speaking through her, showing me that if I truly wanted to live, I need to change completely. To face my own mental patterns and take full responsibility of the life I was creating. My first relationship had ended because I ran away from pain. But this time I chose differently. I chose to face it. I chose to stay, to grow with my wife and my newborn daughter. During this process, I first reconnected with my body. Caring for it as the sacred temple it is. I began eating more consciously, improving my sleep hygiene, and committing with consistent exercise. As my body found balance, my mind became clearer. Through therapy, reflections, and meditation, I learned how to recognize my emotions, to understand my mental patterns, and gradually bring my inner world into harmony. Once my body and my mind become clearer, it became easier to hear what had always been there, that gentle, steady voice of the self, the Atma, guiding me, from within. I began meditating every day at 4 a.m., something I never imagined I could do. And every week, I went out with my family to serve, not as a routine, but as a way to live with gratitude and awareness. As myself were aligned, something beautiful awakened in me. the desire to share with my daughters the joy of service and the devotion of chanting, and to reconnect more deeply, heart to heart, with my wife, with tenderness and mutual devotion. Slowly, our home became a little temple of love, full of joy and fun. Last year, I wrote a letter to myself, a commitment to live with awareness every single day. And a few months later, I received a call inviting me to serve as the National Young Adult Coordinator for Mexico. It felt like Swami whispering, now that you have found yourself again, help others to find themselves too. Through this service, I've learned that if a family prays together, grows together, and even faces the challenges together, they become the divine reflection of love itself. Next, please. I just don't survive COVID. It was a reborn into love, into awareness, into service. Swami once said, just as a wise farmer lovingly tends his crops, you must cultivate your habits to bring forth the harvest of liberation. This teaching has become my compass, guiding me to align the body, the mind, and the self, so I can live fulfilling my duties without being shaken by the results. During this process, my wife and my two daughters had been my greatest teachers. They had, through their love, their patience, and even to the challenges we have faced together, they have led me to my deepest transformation, showing me how to face my own shadows, to grow in faith, and to feel Sai's divine love living in my heart. Even though they are not physically present here today, they are here, always in my heart. Now I live each day tending these inner crops, with my family beside me and my heart awakened to His grace. Jai Sai Ram.
That was titled The Second Birth, for good reason. Thank you, Brother Miguel, for the deeply moving thoughts. It reminds us to not escape or run away from pain, but to use that as an opportunity and turn it into love. Because it is the pain and the shadow that we face and embrace that makes us more lovable and makes us more loving. Thank you again, Brother Miguel. And now we're going to move into our next segment that is titled Stories of Transformation and Community Impact. And it is my absolute pleasure to welcome to the stage Roger Castle. Roger, as the Chief Development Officer of the LA Regional Food Bank, he oversees the strategic development, implementation, and management of all fundraising activities to support the organization's mission. And what is its mission? It is to serve the people in the LA County that struggle with food insecurity. And you know, we think of Los Angeles as being the city of celebrities, but 1 in 4 people in LA struggle with food insecurity, and the LA Food Bank serves over 4 million pounds of food every week to about 1.2 million people every month. Founded in 1973, the LA Food Bank is one of the most respected and highest rated nonprofit organizations in the city. Before joining the food bank, Roger was the vice president of the development for the Prostate Cancer Foundation, and before that, at numerous other nonprofit organizations, especially St. John's and different divisions of St. John's. But it is no surprise to me that Roger would have spent an entire career in nonprofit, because Roger has never met a being that he didn't want to serve.
Thank you so much. First, I want to thank SSSIO organization for having me here today. It's great to have this opportunity to talk to a deeply committed community to service, compassion, and the betterment of humanity. You can go to the next slide. Thanks for the applause for the LA Regional Food Bank, but it's not just me, it's a community of people, and we'll talk about that as I go forward. It's a lot of people that make that happen. Our mission is to fight hunger in the community. We know that aligns with your all's beliefs. We don't think anybody should go to bed hungry at night. They should have the nutrition for themselves and their family. And the next slide is that our vision is no one goes hungry in LA County. So Tony Collier founded the food bank in 1973. He was one man with a truck. Food banks started developing all across the country. The first one in Phoenix, Arizona. He went out to see what they were doing, and he wanted to make a difference. He started rescuing food in his pickup truck and storing it in his garage to hand it out to organizations and people that needed it. I bring this up because he's one man that started something, if you show the next slide, that turned into what Seema just mentioned, an organization that feeds 1.2 million people every month. It's one person started that whole activity. And I was with a group of people yesterday that were honoring some high school students, and their vision was to also help the community. And I said, this is an example of one person that really can make a difference and start something great. And it kind of is the same thing with your organization. So next slide. The other big thing is hunger is rampant in LA County. 1 in 4 people are food insecure, but there's people hungry all over the world. And so there are food banks all across the country helping to feed people, doing the same work that we're doing in LA County, and people doing it all across the world. And I know your organization has probably many, many people that are doing that. So we appreciate your efforts in our fight against hunger across the world. Next slide. Just a brief how the food bank works. We take in food that is surplus. Most of the food we get has been donated by farmers, retailers, and growers. And what you'll see a little bit later is that food from the farm has to come in and get sorted, and that's where Seema and your group have helped immensely. So that food has been donated. So we're not wasting that food. We're taking that food in, we're sorting it, packing it, and getting it out to the community. And we do that mostly through 600 other nonprofit organizations and religious organizations, church pantries, soup kitchens, missions, people feeding homeless people, people feeding kids. We also do big, large mobile distributions to families where there's urgent need that we've seen, unfortunately, recently quite a few times. Next slide. But first, our core values, collaboration. We don't do this work alone. We do it in conjunction with many, many people. Those 600 other partners, most of them are volunteers. They give their time freely to make sure their neighbors don't have food insecurity. Inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility. We want everybody to be served, everybody to have an opportunity, and everybody's voice to be heard. Next slide. Respect. We respect everybody. If the person handing out the food, we respect the person receiving the food. We want to serve them with dignity and respect and honor them and make sure that they know that they're cared for. Service, a big thing that we just heard, service is a big thing for the food bank. We do have employees, but they are there to help the mission move forward. And so we have a great culture of service at the food bank. Next slide. And then stewardship and accountability. We want to make sure we steward everybody's time, effort, financial resources best and make sure they know how we're using their funding to make sure we are getting that food out efficiently to as many people as we can do in an equitable way. Next slide. So the food bank was there for the pandemic. We saw unemployment go up to about 20% in LA County. And so that meant a lot of people didn't know where their next meal was coming. So food banks all across the country immediately went into action. This is a distribution at a sports complex in Pico Rivera. You can see we do these mobile distributions where there are food kits, shelf-stable food kits, there are produce, and there's some protein. And so these cars could drive through and pick up food in a safe manner. Next slide, please. You can see some of the food, some of the families, the people that are impacted by the generosity. And then the next slide. This is your group. When the pandemic happened, people were told to stay home. We had 0 volunteers. Usually we have about 30,000 volunteers come in over the course of a year. And your group stepped up to help pack those food kits for those families. Next slide. You can see them there, packing in the food kits, making sure those kits, we gave out millions of those boxes, and we needed people to do that. Next slide. And then there's a family getting food. That's at the Kia Forum. You can see those boxes right there is what your team packed to put into the cart for that little boy. Next slide, please. Same thing with the wildfires. We had to once again step up. All along, your team was coming in to help sort and pack the food for these distributions. Next slide, please. And then, of course, the federal government shut down. People weren't getting their food benefits from the government. We saw lines and lines around the community that we had to pack the food for and get the food out very quickly and efficiently. And we couldn't have done that without our help of our volunteers. Next slide. So we are a big logistics organization. You saw the big warehouse. We have over 400,000 square foot of warehousing. We have 40 trucks, tractor trailers, mobile food pantry trucks you see on the right there. They're all refrigerated. We have Class A drivers, so of course we have to pay them. We can't have volunteers. We can't have SEMA on a forklift running around the warehouse. Next slide. So there's the forklifts. So, big logistics operation. But what the heart of the organization really is, if you see the next slide, is our volunteers. We have about 30,000 volunteers every year, 75 full-time employees worth of work. If you see that, the value to us is about $5.5 million every year of work that we would have to pay people to do that you all do for the goodness of your heart and for the service to your community. So we really appreciate that. Why don't you give them a hand? Next slide. They've done 37 volunteer events since 2020. It's one of the top groups have come over and over again. So they, I haven't checked, but could be the most of any group since 2020. So appreciate that. We learned a few things, a little lighthearted. Some of the produce that we sort through, we can't distribute to people. And so a lot of this produce, these are carrots here, they come directly from a farm. A farmer couldn't sell that. Sometimes they're ugly fruit. They are bigger than normal. They're not Class A, but they're perfectly healthy, so we distribute them to people. And we have volunteers pack them into smaller bags that we can hand out to a family. And some of it we can't use, we can give it to the animals. So some of it goes to the LA Zoo. That's not an official food bank carrot. I had to get that offline, but I didn't track the carrot down from SEMA. But some of it goes there. So we make the whole world happy. We want to make sure nothing goes to waste and everything gets utilized to the best that we can use it. Next slide. The other thing that we've heard is some of the families schedule their kids coming back to town during these service projects because service is important to themselves and their family, and it's one of their core values. And so it's really nice to see the families come back and volunteer and time that up. Next slide. And then this last slide is some more volunteers. Yeah, and so these, the impact is helping families. We talk 1.2 million people, but those are people. Those are people, these are actual people that are getting food because of people like you. And next slide. They're also helping children, and they're eating their pears, trying to get them to eat their fruits and vegetables. That could have been a pear sorted by one of your volunteers. Next slide, please. And helping older adults. The population is getting older. Social Security doesn't go as far as it was. We're seeing higher rates of seniors that need food assistance in our community. And so we appreciate the support. Next slide, please. And it's all about community. It's people doing this. People always make the biggest difference. The gentleman, the tall gentleman there, he worked at the food bank the last 10 years of his career, and he said it was the most impactful in his life. He knew what we did there, and he wasn't just getting a paycheck driving a forklift. He was helping to feed families in LA. Next slide, please. Yeah, other volunteers. Next slide. Another volunteer with a funny hat. She's a student that works at one of our pantries. She's been a volunteer there, and then your group there. I once was at a volunteer event with a FedEx executive, and he said when he was a kid, he went to bed hungry at night. And he would go to bed thinking, does anybody else out there care? And as you can see by these slides and by the support of our community, that yes, people do care. So the Los Angeles Regional Food Bank is so happy to be associated with your group in a vision that no one in the world suffers from hunger, and every act of service becomes an expression of love. So we really appreciate all the support, and thank you very much.
So much. Roger Castle, what a joy to have you. He came all the way from downtown and was absolutely happy to join us. And what a lovely thought, right? Every act of service is an act of love. Could not be more in line with what we are taught by our own beloved Swami. So now it is my absolute joy to welcome back to the stage Brother Sundarayar. But this time, he's not a yoga teacher. He's coming as a speaker. And he's going to share his reflections and experiences of living and learning directly under Swami's guidance. And his talk today is titled Lessons on Purity. So a little brief intro, and it's really difficult to be brief about introducing Brother Sundarayar. He's a scholar and a spiritual teacher. He graduated from the SSSIO Institute of Higher Learning, and he holds a PhD in banking, finance, also an MD in alternative medicine, and is an ordained ecumenical minister. I had to look that up. I don't know what ecumenical meant. I'll let you guys look that up for yourself. In the 15 years he spent at the SSSIO University, he was in 3 different roles: a student, a teacher, and a servant. And he learned in the best possible way how to be a student, how to learn forever, how to teach others what you've learned, what he's learned, and how to serve with love and humility. And deeply rooted in yogic study and Sanskrit and Vedic philosophy, along with his wife Maya, Brother Sundar continues to share the transformative power of yoga through spiritual seekers. And what you will find and discover over the next hour is that it is no surprise that Brother Sundaraya would have more words and metaphors to contemplate and communicate the infinite divine power. But what really touches us is that he says that and delivers that with his own recognition that no words can suffice to capture the power of our dear beloved Bhagwan. So with that, please join me in welcoming Brother Sundaraya.
Sai Ram. Namaste. I came ready for chair yoga, but then when I saw Brother Suresh's I don't know yoga, and Brother Harish's today morning surrender yoga, I figured I'm out of job. My dear sisters and brothers, it is with great honor that I am here in your midst once again, deeply privileged to share the lessons, the life lessons I learned at the feet of this beloved master, who's no less than a God to me. This is the occasion of the 100th birthday of Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba, the one who has inspired, transformed, not hundreds, not thousands, but millions and millions of people all around the world. And so today and the next 2 days, as we celebrate this occasion, this wonderful occasion of the 100th birthday, I pray to Bhagavan that he blesses us with a gift. And therefore today, as we leave this hall, let us all embrace, accept a beautiful gift from Bhagavan, which we will wear in our hearts and minds and souls. In this, one of the most important key elements we talk about as the distinguished guest that represented all the religions spoke to us, purity. And as Bhagwan's discourse revealed itself, the purity of the heart. Heart becomes a very valuable and important, if you will, almost builds a foundation for us to begin the spiritual path and knowing God. And therefore, let us spend a few moments in the importance of the purity of the heart. To me, heart represents core beliefs. Who you are, who you think you are, is all a reflection of what is deep inside you. I did not know Sai Baba when I joined. Only because I was told it is free education, and my father didn't have a place to put me in. He was transferred to a distant village, and I found myself in Puttaparthi. I wanted to know him. I heard stories about his powers, but in my heart, I didn't have a one-on-one relation with him. I touched his feet like everybody touched his feet. I ran to him like all the other boys ran to him. We were about 40 or 50 back in 1979 when the college had just started. But in my heart, there was a yearning. Where is my connection? Where is my guru? Where is my God? And the reason I say this, and I'm going to share this experience, is because it is very important in our spiritual path that we make that one-on-one connection. We cannot live on borrowed faith. We cannot live on faith that we get from books and sermons. Those inspire us. They make us one. But our connection with God within comes when we open our heart, dive deep inside, and examine the core belief. When that core belief finds an anchor, finds a root, if you will, then this tree of life grows in all its magnificence. It took me 1.5 years of staying in Puttaparthi from 1979 June until 1980 December 25th on Christmas, when that connection was made. I had a chance to perform yoga on the rope, not yoga on the chair. Dr. Reddy, I have to disappoint you. Next time, I need a rope here. I performed yoga on the rope in front of Baba. He came to inaugurate the hostel. There was a talent search. Who can do what? I said, we can do Bhangra dance. I said, a dance with boys, I'll still be one among the 10. We're going to wear turbans and lungis. Baba won't recognize me. He won't know me. What is it that I can do somewhere? He gets to see me one-on-one. And maybe he'll ask me, what is your name? Where are you from? That is what I needed. I wanted that connection to be made. And I found this opportunity. I said, I can do yoga on the rope. And they said, wow, Baba has not seen this. Let us do that. I was very excited. So right from the 3rd floor of our terrace, we hung a pulley, a rope came down, and on 25th, I had the divine opportunity, very few can say, climb the rope, not to hang myself, but to sit in a lotus pose, look down, and Swami raised both his hands smilingly as I went from one pose into another. And the next day he comes and says, where is that boy? He calls me and asks me what is my name. He asks me where I am from. And then he says, Pillalku nerpichunava, are you teaching the boys? Right away he pushed me into that path of giving, of serving, of sharing. That was who Sai Baba was. He gave you a gift. He recognized you for a gift. The next moment he wanted you to share. One thing led to the other. He called me into the first interview that I got a few months after that. What do you want? The first thing, because there was a time he allowed me to ask, and I'm coming to that part here, a very beautiful lesson in this heart principle, the purity of heart. So bear with me. He asked me, what do you want? And the first thing that came to my mind was, why my sister? Because it was 11 years and she had not conceived and the whole family was worried. Now they knew this young boy is in Sai Baba's hostel and in Sai Baba's prayer, in the auspices of Sai Baba's ashram. So my father started writing to me letters saying, your mother wants you to ask Sai Baba, not him. Your mother is insisting you ask Sai Baba about your sister. Artha arthati jignasu gnani. It takes everyone to come to God. I went there for free education. The door was opened. Somebody goes there saying, I don't know all this miracle stuff. I like to serve. The door is open. Somebody says, I'm an intellectual thinker. I want some meat for my brain. The door is open. His discourses on the Vahinis, on the Vedas, on the Upanishads is so profound, taking the essence of the Puranas, the Itihasas, and the greatest teachings of all religions, not only Vedas and Upanishads. The door is open for everyone. My family, very devoted to Shiva and Muruga and the traditional forms of worship, they needed a door opened. And they were looking for a miracle that they desperately needed in their lives. And that moment when I asked Swami, he said, do I take this? Okay. And that moment when I asked Swami, I didn't ask him. He said, what do you want? What do you want? He cornered me into a little room, coming so close. I said, nothing. He said, no. Bolo kya mangta hai? What do you want? Enna varnam, all languages. And then my father's letters popped into my head. I said, my sister. I just said, my sister. Until all those months, I had never once even thought of asking Swami about my sister. As a young boy, I felt it very embarrassing that I would get up on my knees and say, Swami, my sister wants to have a baby. I didn't see that happening. I was very respectful for my father. I said, yes, when I get a chance, I'll ask him. But in my mind, I'd made my mind, I'm never going to do that. Because for two reasons. One, it was very embarrassing. Among my friends, I'm going to ask for my sister's baby. And number two was, I couldn't relate that somehow a person in Puttaparthi can somehow influence my sister in some form. It just didn't gel with me. But that moment, when Swami pushed me to the corner, and I didn't know what to do, I was so afraid. And Goddess Saraswati fortunately sat on my tongue. She said, say this, and I said, Swami, my sister, that innermost core, the Master cleanses that and places a seed of faith. And I needed that. At that moment, I didn't know it was. But the inner yearning for all those months where I was searching for my guru, my connection, happened at that moment. The moment I said, my sister, he said, your sister, whole family, 11 years, oh my God, how much crying. I'm saying this in English, but Swami could not say, he was in Telugu, he spoke in Hindi, he spoke in Tamil. For the next 1 minute, it was an outpouring of omniscience. And I just stood staring. I said, how is this possible? He said, 11 years. How many sadhus and sannyasis they have gone? They got an orange from somebody. They got a banana from somebody. No use. How many doctors they have gone? How many tests they have gone? No use. Your mother? Ayyo Rama. Muruga, nee evlo adara. I couldn't believe how he was relating how everybody is pining for that. I know. That was omniscience. And then comes omnipotence. When one's consciousness is one with the universe, Leelas or miracles, as you and I call it, is a very natural byproduct. The 2-year-old thinks it's magical that his parents are walking and running. He or she wants to do that desperately, right? A child thinks a father is a Superman of some sort because he can do things that little child cannot do. And so it is, we think somehow Sai Baba is this miracle man, a Superman. He is simply following the universal law of oneness. In that oneness, knowledge flows for him. It was natural for him. It was a natural expression. And therefore came the omnipotent words from his mouth. He said, don't worry. 11 months, ladka hoga. Ladka hoga means boy. 8 months, there will be a boy. 8 months, boy. Don't worry. I was shocked. First of all, shouldn't it be 9 months? What is this 8 months? Confusion upon confusion, right? And then boy. What is boy? What if it's a girl? I mean, I'm struggling for faith here. I don't have time to philosophize. He meant boy, but it was actually a girl, and I somehow have to understand what this boy and girl means. I was not ready for that. I wanted, my faith has to be in black and white. We have to demand that from the universe. Give me faith that is unshakable. And then comes this beautiful power of God. In 8 months, my sister conceived. But how? So I come out of in the outside interview room because Swami said, 8 months, ladka hoga, prasad deta hai. He's going to give prasadam. And I said, wow, I'm actually going to see him materialize something from very close quarters. There's something other, that was another thing I wanted. And lo and behold, it's going to be a fantastic prasadam because this is a huge problem, right? 11 years, no baby, and Swami has already said everybody's crying. There is drama here. When the problem seems huge, we look for a big solution. And so Swami comes out, talks to others. I'm waiting. Swami, that prasadam. Is he going to materialize a magical fruit? I don't know. What is he going to give? So he comes, he finishes, he goes to the window, he picks up that little wire basket, the plastic basket, and then he digs his hand in and beautifully decides, and he's giving vibhuti packets to everybody. Here, santosham, santosham, blessing everyone. I realized the interview is probably coming to an end. Oh, what about this prasadam, he said, did he forget? So he comes to me. I show my hands. He takes a whole big packet, puts it in my hand, and then he's about to move, but he saw this face of mine. I'm like, he said, kya hai? I said, Swami, sister Prasad. Then he looks at me and said, diya hai, I gave you just now. Send it to her. And he paused and looked at me. I looked at him, looked at the prasad, and I said, this is not going to work. This was not that Swami. I thought it was a special prasad, something magical, something where he's going to wave his hand or do something out of the world for me. And all that came was from the same basket. I looked around. Are they all asked for babies or something? How is it possible? At that moment, I had zero faith. Believe me, I had zero faith that this would happen. And it is important for us to be honest when we come to God. God, give me that faith. At this moment, I don't, but I'm open to learning. I'm open. Open your heart, and the guidance will come. The answer comes. The hand reaches out to you. And then Swami looked at me, and he looked at the others. He said, these boys, doubting Thomas, always doubting Thomas. He looked at me and he said, send this to your sister. She has more faith. And lo and behold, I sent that packet of vibhuti with a detailed letter to my sister. And almost instantly, immediately rather, maybe in a week or two, she conceived. And within 8 months, she did have a baby boy. And thus it was, once that seed of faith was planted to me, because it is my experience. I know for sure I did not communicate this to Swami. Nobody else communicated this to Swami. It was just between him and me. He proved to me beyond doubt that I know and I can. That is all I needed at that moment. And then it was one step at a time. This divine teacher has come to awaken us, my dear sisters and brothers. And at every stage, he gives us these beautiful lessons. There are moments when we have to ask in prayer, because he gives us an opportunity to ask. And then there are moments he teaches us to pray in silence, to go within the depths of our own heart, go back to that faith, and securely be rooted in that faith, knowing that God is. Many, many years later, I learned this beautiful lesson of praying in silence. Until then, for me, prayer was asking, prayer was talking, prayer was asking, prayer was demanding, prayer was crying to Swami. Once he came to the hostel and gave a discourse, and in that discourse I caught on to a very beautiful thing he said about the Soham mantra. Breathe in so, breathe out hum, he said. And I was looking for every single little tiny signs of yoga that Swami would bring on, the pearls, if you will. And I would grab that. And I said, oh my gosh, I have to practice Soham pranayama. It's a nice pranayama. And therefore, I said, I'm going to practice this for the next 3 days. And then when I go to the darshan, I'll make sure I'm in the first in the line. And when I go on, this was a Sunday, so Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm going to practice. Thursday, when I go, I'm going to ask Swami something. He's going to show me a sign that my sadhana was perfect. And this is my path. Many times, I caught myself, as we may catch ourselves, we do things to please God. And then we say, how many times have I been praying? How long have I been praying? How many years have I been serving? What have you done for me? As if we are doing it for him, and as if he demands it for him. This is all for our own transformation, right? But at that moment, I thought, I'm doing this to please him, and therefore he needs to show me a sign. So 3 days I practiced Soham pranayama, day in and day out, knowing he's going to give me something. On the 4th day, I went for darshan. As I was going for darshan, I was audacious enough now to think, Swami, this sign has to be out of the world. If you just come and look at me, that's not a sign. Look at me. How? I would do anything to get that look today. If you look at me, that's not my sign. If you just pass by me, that's not my sign. If you come and stand in front of me, that's not my sign. I want something out of the world. I didn't know what it was, but I wanted that sign. And so I went and sat right in the front. The first line next to me was a birthday boy, right by the pillar, and just a few feet away from the door where he would open and step out. He stepped out ever so gracefully, and my mind was fully ready for that divine sign that Swami is going to show, because I did my very best in my sadhana. So he comes out, he comes to the birthday boy, he picks up those chocolates, and he flings it to everyone, and not a single one falls on my lap. Normally it does. But that day I said, it's okay, cool. I'm not looking for this sign anyway. Swami, give me that sign. I was ready, sitting up tall and straight. Swami, give me that sign. And then he looked at everyone and then turned around and went for darshan. Didn't even glance at me. And as he turned and went by, it first struck me, oh my gosh, he didn't even look. Wait a minute. What if he doesn't even look? And slowly the fear started gripping me. Swami went for darshan. He took his own time, sweet time for darshan. And he picked up a big group for interview. I saw the group. I said, this is going to be at least a 2-hour interview. And that means once he goes inside, I have to go into the bhajan hall to sing bhajans. And there is no signs there. He's going to come in bhajans for the last minute for arati, because there's a big group. He might barely sit for a bhajan. And he will go, what about my sign? What about my sign? And so I started compromising with God. I said, you know what? When you're coming back, I know you're busy. Just look at me. That's good enough. Just look at me. That's good enough. But just don't ignore me. Don't do that. And so Swami came back. And he opened the door. He allowed this huge group to walk inside. And while they were going in, he stood in front of me. And he was talking to a boy 2 rows behind me. He was asking that boy, and I vaguely remember this, where are you from? He said, from Assam. And he was telling the other VIPs in the veranda, oh, this boy is from Assam. Call your parents. And that boy was calling. But here is what is happening between me and Swami. I am sitting down, and Swami is standing here. I could literally look into his nostrils. He was that close. But my mind was in a storm. A storm, saying, Swami, please look down upon me. I did so much sadhana. Come on, give me that sign. I'm just asking for a glance. That's all it is. Like Arjuna was telling Krishna in that Arjuna Vishada Yoga, right? Oh, I don't want to fight. Just 5 villages are enough for me. Just give me 5 villages. That's happy. I'm happy. I don't want to do all this. So was I here, asking Swami, please, please, just look down upon me, Swami, please. Until then, every time I had asked, he showed me these signs that he knew every single thought in my head. There was no doubt, but this moment had come that he wanted me to graduate. For some reason, Swami did not know me there at all. Now, when you're standing and somebody's staring at you from this close, you don't have to be a god to realize there is somebody staring at you. So Swami could have actually looked down as to why is this guy strangely doing this? But at that moment, it doesn't. When Swami decides to teach you a lesson, he simply wipes you out from his consciousness. It's very simple for him. It's so easy for him to avoid. He seems to be looking at everyone, but he'll somehow miss you. And so he did that day. He ignored me completely. And to my shock and disbelief, he turned his back and went into his interview room. And the door shut. I fought my tears as this boy got up, everybody got up. I slid into this corner by the pillar, just fighting my tears, wondering what happened. And then by then, my mind had quietened down, because all this crying, Swami, 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 and all of that emotional turmoil and that storm died. I, quote unquote, stopped praying. And then there was a click. And what happened in the next 30, 40 seconds or so happened very beautifully. There was a click, hush, I looked up, and the door opened. Swami came out. Swami comes out, stands next to me here. He looks at the ladies, volunteers. Apparently, one of the ladies in the group was left out. So he tells them, lazy, lazy, come like this. And that lady, God knows what prayer is going on there. But she walks towards the interview room. I am simply sitting and looking at Swami. This time my mind is completely blank. I didn't have the energy to kickstart that whole gear from 1 to 4. No more prayers. It was happening so fast anyway. I was just looking at Swami. Swami told that lady, lazy, lazy, and she went in. Swami was about to follow her. And just before he followed her, he turned around and looked down to me. And that's when I noticed his fingers. He had just materialized vibhuti inside. His fingertips were full of vibhuti, the sacred ash. He turned around with his thumb, which was full of his ash. He put it in between my eyebrows and walked into the interview room and shut the door. I got the sign. I got the sign. The out-of-the-world sign. If I was given a list of what kind of signs I would need, this would have never even been in my imagination because it was too good to be true. But when did I get it? Not when I was asking for it, but when I thought I stopped asking. In that silence, he heard my deepest desire. We have to let go. However difficult a situation is, whether it is a healing we want, whether it is a solution to a problem we want, however hard we want, however quick we want, it is a beautiful energy when you let go and let God. When you let go, He knows what is in the depth of your heart. So I shared this in front of Swami's, standing very next to him, this very experience in Kodaikanal when I had to speak for more than 65 days and every day. So I took this opportunity to share this experience, and I ended up saying, that day I understood Swami's quote, "It is only in the depths of silence that the voice of God can be heard." I said this and I took namaskar. And Swami patted me on the back. When I got up, his hand was resting on my shoulder. He looks at me and repeats that quote. "It is only in the depths of silence that the voice of God can be heard," he said, pointing to my chest now. "But, sir, it is in the same depth of silence I can also hear your voice." It is in the same depths of silence I can also hear your voice. It is in that silence He hears our voice. What voice is that? Will the voice not break the silence? How can we have a voice and silence together? That's a riddle for you to think over lunch. But that's the beauty. The voice of intuition, the voice of silence is so beautiful. It connects you to the omnipresent, omnipotent, the power of God is connection. And that connection is made, and every single desire finds instant manifestation. We only have to let go and go into that silence. Namasmarana, the divine name of God, leads us into that silence. And therefore, even Adi Shankara, after composing the greatest of Advaitic compositions like the Nirvana Shataka, Mano, Buddhi, Ahankara, Chitta, Ninaham, from that, he also says, Bhaja Govindam, Bhaja Govindam. So let us chant the name of God for a little bit and go into that beautiful communion where only He resides. The name of God resides. Bhaja Govindam, Bhaja Govindam, Govindam Bhaja Mudamate. Krishna Rama Govinda, Gokula Nandana Gopala. Krishna Rama Govinda, Gopala. Rama Krishna Govinda, Jai Vrindavana Gopala. Rama Krishna Govinda, Jai Vrindavana. Sai Krishna Govinda, Trai Vrindavana Gopala. Sai Krishna Govinda, Gopala. Gopala, Radhe Gopala. Gopala, Gopala, Radhe Gopala. Radhe Gopala, Gokula Nandana Goparipala, Radhe Gopala. Goparipala, Radhe Gopala. Gokula Nandana Goparipala, Radhe Gopala. Krishna Rama, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Rama, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Ram. The name of God, the rhythm of that continuous chant, when that rhythm of the name is aligned with the rhythm of our pulse, the breath, the thought, and that gets in alignment with the rhythm of the universe. Everything in this universe seems to be in a rhythm. The day and night is a rhythm. The ebb and flow of waves are rhythms. The cyclical season rhythms. The rotations of the earth around itself, the rotation of planets around the sun, rhythm. Birth and death of stars and galaxies, a beautiful cosmic rhythm. The birth and death of yugas is said is one night and day of Brahma. And therefore, everything seems to be in a rhythm. And so it is with Namasmarana. In chanting his name, in remembering his name continuously, we get into this cosmic rhythm. We become one with Shiva and his dance. And in that rhythm, in that dance, lies silence. And therefore it is we connect to God with our heart. And then Swami teaches us about character as well, purity in character. We were all sitting around Swami. It was close to the 85th birthday, a year before that, and Swami said, you all have to go. Where? Home. Because many of us, being the senior most boys, would stay back in the summers. But he said, no, this time everybody has to go. I have to whitewash the building. That was the excuse he used. I have to whitewash the building. There is no place, everybody of you go home. We said, no, Swami, no, Swami. But he wouldn't listen. He got up from his chair. He had a white envelope. He pulled out an envelope. He took out 200 rupees each, and he started putting it inside our shirt pockets. He went around, put money into everybody's pocket. He said, I've given you money for tickets. You have to buy and go. Now, taking the money, we can't say, no, contract has been signed, right? And then Swami sat down. He said, okay, what are you going to go and do? He asked me. I said, I will speak about my life here. He asked another boy, what will you do? He said, Swami, I will sing bhajans. We had to put up our best behavior to Swami as well, right? And so Swami listened to everyone. Swami said, okay, chinna katha cheptunanu. I will tell you a small story. And this gives us an idea of purity of the character. And he used two villages nearby, Buchegarepalli and Kotecheru, if you will, as examples. He said from this village, let's call it village A and B. So village A, from village A, a group of people came to village B to watch a burra katha. Those days, much before TV came, there was this group of people who would go to different villages and perform entertainment. And in that entertainment in India was always part of the spiritual traditions of India, because spirituality is very much interwoven with everyday culture in India. That's something very unique and beautiful about that country. And therefore, these people will go around and do a play, and they'll sing, and they'll bring out the stories of Rama and so on. So Swami said a group of villagers went to from A to B to watch a burra katha. It got over late night. They had to go back to the village. They couldn't see because it was extremely dark. And so they were discussing among themselves where to go. Some said we'll go this way. Some said we will go this way. And then they heard some dogs barking, howling. And they said, oh, those are our dogs. Maybe the village is that direction. And somebody said, no, no, how sure are you it's not dogs? It's dogs. It could be foxes. Nakkulu, Swami said. Kukkulu kaadu, nakkalu undavachu. So it can't be dogs, it could be foxes. And so hearing that barking, they were even more confused. Then what happened? Swami said, as they were confused, they saw a light in the distance. So they said, walk to the light. They said, let's go towards the light. They walked towards the light. Under the light, they saw two paths. And they knew which was their way home. They went home. Swami paused very beautifully and asked us, did that light give speeches? Did that light sing bhajans? Pointing the way, this is your home, go here, go there. What did the light do? The light simply did what it's meant to do, give light. And in that light, people found their way home. And he said sweetly, I want you to be street lamps. I don't want you to be street dogs. Be a lamp. Make your lives my message. And that powerful lesson I take home is that character, purity in character is integrity, authenticity. When you say something, when you think something, have the courage to follow it up in actions as well. That authenticity will bring purity in your character, will bring you that deep sense of self-confidence, because you know in your heart that this is what I believe in, and this is how I act and I speak and I think. There is purity in thought. He freed us from anything that is constricting in our thought. One of the greatest things I feel in our spiritual path is we are afraid. There is fear in everything we do. If we are asked to do a public speech, we are afraid we might make a fool of ourselves. If you're asked to sing, you might say, I'm afraid I might make a mistake. We are afraid of little things like these. We are afraid of big things as well. The small things and the big things. We call it nervousness, we call it butterflies in the stomach, or we just call it fear. That fear is the same fear that holds this false identity of who I think I am and refuses to believe that we are much larger. If Baba says you are the God that you're worshipping, you are divine, start saying, I am God, I am God, I am not different from God. And the Vedas proclaim, Aham Brahmasmi. Tattvam asi, I am Atma Brahma, Ekoham Bhushyam. All of this sounds good, but the inner fear will say, no, 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 no. You have to be practical. You have bills to pay. You have work to do. You have a lovely lunch waiting for you. And so the little fear holds us back. But we have to know that when He is by our side, when we have a master by our side, when we have a guru by our side, when we have found that deep faith, there is nothing to fear. I was not this wise many years ago. And therefore, when we sat around Swami asked one lady to tell an experience. She told a beautiful experience of how Swami appeared in her altar after a deep prayer. And Swami was quick to point out, I appeared and she was afraid. And she was very embarrassed. She said, of course, Swami, I was afraid. I didn't expect you to appear in full glory in your form. Because she was perhaps expecting a vibhuti manifestation of some kind, a small little manifestation, maybe a garland falling, right? We have all seen that. We feel, oh, Swami is here. But what if Swami really appears? So I was listening to that, and I thought, how could this lady be afraid? At that moment, my thought, I was up here, and she was somewhere down there. In my thought, I thought, if that would happen to me, I would be like, wow. Why would you be afraid if God appears in front of you? A couple of weeks passed, and my turn came to speak at Dasara festival. So it was the 9th day of Dasara. I had to speak. So I was standing behind this huge purple curtain in Purnachandra Auditorium. I was waiting for Swami to come. And at the last minute, if he had some things to say, he would say, Din Gurinchi Cheppu or that Gurinchi Cheppu. In other words, say something about this or that. and he would go away. So I was just waiting in case there was some last minute tidbits so Swami would give. And at least I would get a namaskar. Or Swami would say, don't worry, speak well, things like that. So I was nervous, not afraid, just nervous. And so I was waiting, and Swami came. And normally 2 volunteers will wait because these curtains are so big that there's a machine, there's a motor that opens the curtains. But they open it fully. So many times Swami wouldn't want the motor operating and opening it fully. He'll just have 2 volunteers part it, and he would step out. And it would be a very beautiful darshan for those of you who have been there. A huge blue background, a purple background, and this little orange flame as if lighting up the darkness would appear. It was a very beautiful, beautiful moment from thousands of devotees who would be gathered. So, but on that evening, Swami waved the volunteers aside, and he pointed to me to come to him. He held my hand and walked into that curtain. So there's an overlap of at least 8 to 10 feet, if I remember correct. Or at least it seemed that day. So Swami goes and he puts it aside and starts walking into it to come out from the other side. And there was a moment, he took 2 or 3 steps. I was with Swami because he's holding my hand, my wrist, literally. And he's pulling me. So I was with him. And there was a moment when this had not opened, that had closed. It was pitch dark. He paused just for a second. He said, Bhayapurtanava, are you afraid? What a glorious moment I had. I had him holding my hand, not appearing in some altar, holding my hand. And guess what I should have said? Why would I be afraid, Swami, you're holding my hand? At that moment, I said, Avunu, Swami, I am afraid. I had no clue what he was doing with curtains closed, holding my hand. I have to give a speech in 10 minutes. At that moment, are you afraid? I said, yes, Swami, I am afraid. Yes, Swami. And he said, Dunnapota, why are you afraid when I am here? Nenu unnatappudu bayam enduku? He said, very gently. When I'm here, why are you afraid? And left my hand and walked into his darshan. I came onto the stage thinking, oh my God. I was afraid when he was holding my hand. It was the most humbling moment of my life. We think we are philosophical. We think we know it sometimes. And it's okay. But know that true spiritual progress is tested when life hits us hard. In the middle of the storm is when Swami would say, you practice peace. How do you know you're peaceful when everything around is nice and serene? Peace, find peace in the middle of the storm, and that peace will stay with you. So the way we respond to people, the way we react to difficult situations, the way we are able to take challenges in our stride is the gauge that shows us where we are growing spiritually. Because when we tap into this inner resource that we call God within, when we start feeling Swami's presence in our hearts, in our minds, in every day, then automatically we stop reacting, we begin to respond. We start using less of intelligence, we use more of intuition. We open our hearts to connect to people, to circumstances. And we see God in everything. And that is the beauty of this purity in thought. Be free from fear. And that frees you from so many other things, conditioned mindsets, old beliefs, new beliefs, all of that. It frees you. Let us never be afraid, because we have Sai with us. Intane, gentane, ventane, kantane unnanu. I'm above you, below you, inside of you, around you. That is the true presence of Sai. Purity in action. In action. The Puttaparthi village was not even on the map of India many, many, many decades ago, when Sai Baba was born. And there's this young boy, 13, 14-year-old, by 1940, he declares a mission from that village. A bold mission, a mission to light the lamp of love in every heart, a mission to spread human values to the world. A mission to help people escape from that imprisoned way of life, if you will, the samsara sagara, if you will, caught up in the oceanic currents. We're going back and forth, round and round in the same circles. Everybody wants a degree. Once the degree is on, everybody wants wedding. Everybody gets married. Everybody wants a child. If child is over, a job, promotion, house, cars. And then comes back, oh, my child's education, my child. And then we go round and round. It seems that ocean is caught us in that current. We are all going somewhere. We are all rushing somewhere. We are trying to prove something. But where are we going? We are all moving, not knowing where. And the master comes and says, I show you the way. And so he took this action, bold, fearless action. He declares this. And from that day on, he spends every day dedicating everything he had to his mission. Just for a moment, I want you to resist the temptation of saying, oh, he is God, he can do it, and we cannot. Please, hold that temptation. In praising him as God, yes, raise yourself also to that divine realms. When you think of a picture, Swami says, raise the picture to God. Don't bring God into the picture. In other words, when we praise Swami as God, don't see yourself as any less than that. That is the beauty of that teaching. Many, many years later, an elderly devotee of Swami told us this beautiful story. And that stays with me because Swami told her, tell these boys, because he had taken us to Chennai with him, three of us. And Swami said, these boys are only eating, loading and unloading, he calls it. Boys are just eating and doing nothing else. Tell them some good stories. And among the many things she told about the olden days of her with Swami, she told something very beautiful. And she said, when Swami was a young boy, he would come and spend late nights in my home doing satsangs and bhajans. And she would have to tell Swami, it's too late, Swami, please, we have to go to work tomorrow. You have to go to sleep. Those were the beautiful days. And so she would tell Swami, as she told us, Swami, you're young. You want to start an ashram. Why don't you start an ashram in Chennai? We have connections in the British government. We'll get you a land here. You can start the ashram here. Who is going to come all the way looking for you in Puttaparthi? You have to cross that formidable river most of the time. Even we cannot come. Who is going to come there? But Baba would shake his head and say, no, that's where I was born. That's where it has to happen. And they just thought, yet another adamant kid. But look at it today. Puttaparthi, yes, it doesn't have a road even today. It has 4 national highways. It has an airport. It has a railway station. It's almost like all roads lead to Puttaparthi. How does this happen? When you dedicate all your resources at your task, to the task. That's why I meant what I said yesterday in purity, in that search for excellence, search for dedication. When you devote, you think you and I are devotees. The greatest devotee is Baba himself. He was devoted to us. He was devoted to our spiritual upliftment. And he never stopped doing everything he can possible to uplift ourselves from thinking we are somehow limited to that eternal freedom that he has come to give. That is purity in action. He would say there is nothing, and in this nothing lies everything. And finally, purity in words. That purity in words is nothing but truth. Mindfulness. When we are mindful of every sound that comes out of our body, out of our word, out of our mouth, then those words carry meaning. They carry respect. That is why we listen to the words of these enlightened leaders that were here. We listen to the words of the Master. We listen, Guru Vani, the words. Even in the Bible says, first there was the Word, and the Word became flesh. In Hindus believe the first was the Om. So it's always from sound. Sound is so valuable. With Swami, silence was so valuable to Swami. Every word was very mindfully spoken to him. Every word that he spoke was extremely mindful. With those words, he could change reality. And I will very briefly explain a story that I have told this many, many times. But every time I say this, the power never seems to recede. And that is the story when I was bit by a snake. I used to catch snakes. I still love them. By the way, I don't have any in my pocket. And I used to catch the cobras when we found them in the dorm, in the hostel, or in the college premises. I would catch them and go and leave them in the hills upstairs, up there. Those days, the Hanuman statue was not there, so I would go all the way up there and just drop them off there, because I thought, this is their territory. We build buildings into their territory, and then we are out killing them and calling them the villains. But they are just looking for food. They're not out to bite us. For something churned in my heart. I'm trying to keep the story short. So there was one afternoon I was woken up, and boys said, there is a big snake in the college, sir. Please come and catch. And I said, oh, okay. I went there. I just wore my Hawaiian slippers, as we call it, the flip-flops, or the bathroom chappals, if you will. So I just wore that because it was 3:30 in the afternoon. I said, I have to catch the snake, throw him off, go for bhajans, so I'm not going to wear shoes. Normally, I wore shoes to protect my feet. But that afternoon was meant to be different. And so I went, I caught the snake. By this time, many years I've been catching it. So like the crocodile hunter, I became very popular. And therefore, the intention, the good intention slowly became a stunt, right? I was doing it quietly one day, and then two boys noticed, 4 boys noticed, 40 boys noticed, and then sooner or later I became the snake charmer. And so now this snake I'm catching, I have somebody ready with photographs, taking pictures. I was posing it around with my neck, and I was measuring it and playing all that. Even for a moment, not even thinking, I'm playing with death there. It's a poisonous cobra. It was a big cobra. It was 5 foot 5 inches by the time I caught him. Anyway, I said, I'm going to leave him up in the hills. And so I went up the hills. 2 of my colleagues followed me. I was up where the Hanuman statue is at this moment. And then I went there. I was about to drop. A bunch of boys came running. And they said, Sundar, sir, we have never seen you catch a snake. Come on, please show us. How do you catch a snake? It's just exciting. Everybody's exciting to watch something. And so common sense should have been, I should have told them, please, this is not a game. Please carry on, correct? But that day, I decided to do otherwise. He said, okay, I will show it to you again, since you're insisting. So what I did was I held the snake's tail, and I let go of the head. And the head went down, and I was holding it like this, because I know the snake cannot climb on its own tail, so I held him like this. The poor snake with his head, hood fully spread, was struggling to go on the earth. He was like this, searching, he or she. And so I thought, since the hood is spread, I will put my foot on top of the snake and press it down. And then I can hold like I normally do, because normally I take a stick and press the head down and then hold the mouth. And once the mouth is there, you're safe. And so I thought I will put the foot and then I will hold the mouth. Every time until then, almost all the time I caught the snake, it was in our territory, the hard ground, a floor, mosaic or cement floor. When I pressed, it stays pressed. But today, it was his territory, the sandy soil underneath. Little was I thinking that if I press, he can go underneath and escape. So I put my foot and I pressed the head. The snake went under the foot, escaped. And since I had put my weight, my full weight was on that foot, I couldn't come back. He bit. A solid bite with the snake in my hand. I got it. It was a 1-second bite. And I threw the snake away, immediately shouting, ouch. My colleagues knew I got bit. They said, let's go to the hospital. I said, no. My immediate response for denial. I said, no, it's okay. I'll think of something. But by the time I walked to the Krishna statue that was in place already, do I have 5 minutes? I do? 2 minutes, okay. So anyway, by the time I came down, I had to go to the hospital. So I said, let's go to the hospital. We went to the hospital. No antidote is available. The antidote person had locked the cupboard and gone for darshan. Long story short, this person, doctor reports to Swami, Swami Sundara is bit by a snake. We do not have an antidote. An SOS sent to Baba. Baba just says, it's just a drama. He's just doing a drama. It's a thorn, it's not a snake. For a long time, I didn't understand, why would Swami just dismiss it off? I mean, we had pictures of the snake. We have taken it, and boys have seen it. Everybody else knows it's a snake. Why would he just dismiss it as a play, as a drama? He's just, urke drama chesnadu vadu. Adu paambu kaadu, mullu. 2 years later, when I was in Baba's room, And as I was taking namaskar and walking out, he saw the mark on my foot. There is a nasty scar even today. He looked at that scar and said, "What is that on your foot?" I said, "Swami, it is a snake bite." He said, "It's not a snake, is it?" I corrected him. I said, "No, Swami, it is a snake." Then he said, "Chudu," very beautifully he said, "I want you to take this home, my dear brothers and sisters." He said, "Listen, నీకు అది పాము ఉండవచ్చు, నా నోటి నుంచి అది పాముని ఎప్పటికి రాదు, అది ముళ్ళు ముళ్ళు ముళ్ళు." He said, "For you it might be a snake, but from my mouth I will never say it is a snake. It is a thorn, it is a thorn, it is a thorn. Go," he said. He willed it to be a thorn. His words are truth. And therefore, my dear brothers, we asked for a gift. He has given us a gift. Purity in words, purity in actions, purity in character, purity in thought, purity in our heart. Guess what? We all have a watch. W-A-T-C-H. Let us wear this watch. Let us remind ourselves that W stands for words, A stands for action, T stands for thoughts, C stands for character, H for heart. He is watching us. With the watch, let us connect to him. Let us step in time with the rhythms of universal peace, universal love. Let us step in time with his boldness, with his fearlessness. Let every moment be moments of transformation. Let every moment be a step into the infinite kingdom of God's love. Sai Ram.
Thank you, Brother Sundarayar. It's always, always inspiring and always delightful. Thank you so much for sharing the lessons you learned, especially the one about silence. Do we have time for one bhajan?
Narayana Hari Naam Bhajo Re Narayana Ved Parayana
Narayana Hari Naam Bhajo Re Narayana Ved Parayana
Hari Narayana Hari Naam Bhajo Re Narayana Ved Parayana Bharana Bhava Bhaya Harana Karuna Bharana Bhava Bhaya Harana Pavana Charana Patita Janavana Pavana Charana Patita Janavana Pavana Charana Patita Janavana Narayana Hari Naam Bhajo Re Narayana Ved Parayana Karuna Bharana Bhava Bhaya Harana Pavana Charana Patita Janavana Narayana Hari Narayana Narayana Sai Narayana Narayana Sathya Narayana Narayana Hari Narayana
जय जय जननी साई जननी अम्बे भवानी माँ
अम्बे भवानी माँ
जय जय जननी साई जननी अम्बे भवानी माँ
जय जय जननी साई जननी अम्बे भवानी माँ
जय माँ जय माँ
जय माँ जय माँ
साई भवानी माँ
सत्य साई भवानी माँ
सत्य साई भवानी माँ
सत्य साई भवानी माँ
सिंहवाहिनी त्रिशूलधारिणी अम्बे 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 भवानी माँ
जय जय जननी साई जननी प्रतिनिवासिनी माँ
जय जय जननी साई जननी वर्तिनिवासिनी माँ
जय माँ जय माँ
जय माँ
साई भवानी माँ
सत्य साई भवानी माँ
सत्य साई भवानी माँ
सत्य साई भवानी माँ
जय जय जननी साई जननी अम्बे भवानी माँ
जय जय जननी साई जननी अम्बे भवानी माँ
सिंहवाहिनी त्रिशूलधारिणी अम्बे भवानी माँ
सिंहवाहिनी त्रिशूलधारिणी अम्बे भवानी माँ
जय जय जननी साई जननी प्रतिनिवासिनी माँ
जय जय जननी साई जननी प्रतिनिवासिनी माँ
जय माँ जय माँ
जय माँ जय माँ
साई भवानी माँ
सत्य साई भवानी माँ
सत्य साई भवानी माँ
सत्य साई भवानी माँ
जय जय जननी साई जननी अम्बे भवानी माँ
Thank you for the beautiful bhajans. We had another community leader that was supposed to join us that couldn't, but sent a letter instead. And this is from the Alwood School District here close by that we have really built a relationship with over the last couple of years. And here is a letter that he wanted us to read instead. He said, on behalf of the Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Reginald Thompson, the Alwood Unified School District of Board of Trustees, I extend our deepest appreciation to a truly remarkable partner in the Sri Sathya Sai International Organization. For the past 2 years, Sathya Sai International has provided an extraordinary, sustained level of support. The donations including essential clothing, hygiene kits, warm jackets, and other critical items have served as much more than just a valuable resource. They've sent a powerful, undeniable message to our students. You are seen, you are valued, and your community stands beside you. So these contributions have been instrumental in removing real barriers that many of our students face daily. Think of the impact something as simple as a warm jacket or reliable personal care items can instantly restore dignity, boost confidence, and ensure that a child comes to school ready to learn, not distracted by unmet needs. The impact of your generosity reaches far beyond the classroom walls, directly uplifting families and strengthening our communities and reinforcing our shared belief that every student deserves the opportunity to thrive. So we must take a moment to acknowledge and express a sincere appreciation to Saroja Pursinghe, who is Region 8's Service Coordinator. For her outstanding partnership and collaboration, and her personal commitment and steadfast leadership have been the key in effectively connecting these vital resources directly to students and families who need them most. We are profoundly grateful to her dedication to the community. Our relationship with the SSSIO International Organization reflects the very best of what can happen when schools and community organizations come together with a common noble purpose. And that is more than just charity. It's collaboration, shared responsibility, and collective care for the future of young people. So we extend our sincere gratitude. Thank you for your compassion, continued partnership, and unwavering commitment. So that is service and love in action. Thanks to all of you for your contributions. A couple very quick announcements. Right after lunch, the workshops begin. And the Russian delegates, please proceed to the tents for your discussion. Young adults will have their play practice here. And one sincere request from all of the healthcare providers here. If you think you may be sick, you just have a tickle, you might have a cough or a sneeze, we will gladly give you a mask, and that'll be a great service to everyone. And before we break, I'm going to invite Brother Alex Grana to come up and share a very quick but important switch to the exhibition. Thank you. Sairam.
Sairam, brothers and sisters. What a beautiful morning program that was. So hopefully everybody's soul is fed. We have fed your soul. We're about to feed your body very soon, but I just want 5 minutes of your time so that we can feed your knowledge and your wisdom about the great work that is taking place around this organization. Mr. Roger Castle mentioned this morning what great work this region is doing with the food bank, and we are very grateful for that partnership. And then you have heard from basically that letter from the superintendent as to also the great work that is being done here with the schools. I want to take 3 minutes of your time to simply re-emphasize the exhibition that we have going here at this World Conference. We understand that it's difficult maybe to visit the screens, and we're going to try to arrange them so that you can get better access to them. But that's no obstacle, because all of the exhibition is actually online. And I just want to take you through the material that we have available so that you can watch it at, in your own time. But this exhibition comprises all the work that is taking place from around the world from the SSSIO organization, the Sri Sathya Sai International Organization. The first section covers what we call education for life, in Swami's words, Sathya Sai educational programs. And you can find there information about the 39 schools that we have around the world, the Sri Sathya Sai schools, fantastic work that is taking place. The work of the ISSEs, the SSCHV work that is taking place, beautiful, beautiful videos about the school of Utiru and the school of Chatsworth. Go and watch those videos and you will see what the educational mission of Sai is doing around the world. The next one, a mission of love all, serve all, the work of the SSIO committees. What fantastic work the young adults are doing. The Environmental Sustainability Committee, in addition to that. And then other committees such as the Public Outreach Committee, trying to actually share Swami's message in every corner of the world. Next, we have health is the greatest wealth, as Swami has said, and we have Sathya Sai Ideal Healthcare. What fantastic work is taking place. Thousands and thousands and tens of thousands of patients that are being seen around the world in medical camps, medical clinics. Doctors are flying all the way to Africa. They're seeing thousands of patients in a single day. You must watch that video and understand, I think you do, but reinvigorate yourselves with this work that is taking place all over the world. We have this section that we call Take My Message to Every Corner of the World. These are Swami's own words. The SSSIO history and work around its zones. When you play that video, there's one video for each zone. How did each zone start? How did Swami inspire that love in every single zone, in the countries in that zone? And what work is taking place today? Next. And we have, again, from Zone 1, we have West Indies, Canada, and we also have, of course, all the zones around the world. And last but not least, simply because here we are in the US of A, we want everybody to understand the divine love of Sai around the United States. We have the work of regions 1 through 5 and regions 6 through 10. We have all the service activities taking up place around the United States. We have a 20-minute documentary about the roots of the Sai movement in the United States that later on spread around the world. And we also have the work around educare, social care, enviro-care, and healthcare. So brothers and sisters, I would like to kindly ask you to please visit. Can we have the QR code, please? Visit this exhibition, which, remember, it's going to be there until tomorrow night. And then, in addition to that, if you would like to actually participate in the quiz, I will leave that slide right there. We also have a quiz, and there's one question for each one of these videos. Now, how you take that quiz, whether you want to fast forward to the question or whether you actually want to watch the full video, that is up to you. So, the first question actually, though, is please, honor code, okay? Honor code. The first question in the quiz is, you will see, but it relates to the human value that we refer to first, typically, in the sequence. So honor code, okay? I'll give you the answer. The answer is truth, okay? So please, after you have that question, go and answer all the other questions that you can. And by participating in this quiz, it doesn't matter if you answer 5 questions or, all the questions. At the end of this World Conference, we will have a draw and we will see what were the best answers, the top answers. And on November 23rd, for those who participated wholeheartedly, we will actually have some beautiful, very special gifts here on Swami's birthday for the top 10 responses. So we hope that, again, in addition to feeding the soul and feeding the body, that these can help feed our intellects and appreciate the great work that is taking place by each and every one of us in this beautiful organization that Swami has given us. Thank you very much. I will not stand between you and lunch. We will see you at the workshops at 2 p.m. Thank you. Jai Sai Ram.